every crook in this country, every drug dealer, every kidnapper, every vagrant is a product of the PNM. Every crook in this country, every drug dealer, every kidnapper, every vagrant is a product. Every crook in this country, every drug dealer, every kidnapper, every vagrant is a product of the PNM. Every crook in this country, every drug dealer, every kidnapper, every vagrant is a product of the PNM. Every crook in this country, every drug dealer, every kidnapper, every vagrant is a product of the PNM.
I want to tell you something. I'm from Mason Hall in Tobago. Mason Hall very close to Licoto. The last time I was put out of anywhere for anything, the person who put me out regretted it. Remember I was in the cabinet? I took issue over the behavior of Calder Hart and UDCOP. And what happened to me? I was put out of the cabinet. The person who put me out regretted it.
There's something in the air that's calling me, something I can't hear nor can I see or touch, but I feel it. The future and the past become entwined. I look around and feel a sense of pride. This nation is yours and mine, and we need it. Together we're moving on into the future. Whoa! Together we're like a tree with deep, strong roots, yeah. Whoa! Together let's plant the seeds and pick the fruits, yeah. So it's you and me in unity, and this is our country. Prepare the way, prepare the way. Yes, we're preparing the way to a better, brighter day. Now prepare the way, prepare the way. Because the people's partnership and the love is here to stay now. Prepare the way, prepare the way. Yes, we're preparing the way to a better, brighter day. Now prepare the way, prepare the way. Because the people partnership and the love is here to stay now. Together we will fight, they can't put out this light. It's 5 more years to go to finish what we start. Come help us clear the path. It's 5 more years to go. With God and country first, oh God bless no man curse. It's 5 more years to go. All this progress is a must to first world nation state. It's 5 more years to go. Yeah. Well, 2015. There's something in the air that's calling me, something I can't hear nor can I see or touch, but I feel it. Come, love. The future and the past become entwined. I look around and feel a sense of pride. This nation is yours and mine, and we need it. Together we're moving on into the future. Whoa! Together we're like a tree with deep, strong roots, yeah. Whoa! Together let's plant the seeds and pick the fruits, yeah. So it's you and me in unity, and this is our country. Prepare the way, prepare the way. Yes, we're preparing the way to a better, brighter day. Now prepare the way, prepare the way. Because the people's partnership and the love is here to stay now. Prepare the way, prepare the way. Yes, we're preparing the way to a better, brighter day. Now prepare the way, prepare the way. Because the people partnership and the love is here to stay now. Together we will fight, they can't put out this light. It's 5 more years to go to finish what we start. Come help us clear the path. It's 5 more years to go. With God and country first, oh God bless no man curse. It's 5 more years us to first world nation status. It's 5 more years to go. Cause I say forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, it's you and me together. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, the partnership forever. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, it's you and me together. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, the partnership forever. Prepare the way, prepare the way. Yes, we're preparing the way to a better, brighter day. Now prepare the way, prepare the way. Because the people's partnership and the love is here to stay now. Prepare the way, prepare the way. Yes, we're preparing the way to a better, brighter day. Now prepare the way, prepare the way. Because the people partnership and the love is here to stay. Cause I say forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, it's you and me together. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, the partnership forever. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, it's you and me together. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, the partnership forever. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, it's you and me together. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, the partnership forever. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, it's you and me together. Forward ever, backward never. Building a new TNT, the partnership forever.
Kamla 2015, the People's Partnership. Boom!
I want to tell you something. I'm from Mason Hall in Tobago. Mason Hall very close to Licoto. The last time I was put out of anywhere for anything, the person who put me out regretted it. Remember I was in the cabinet? I took issue over the behavior of Calder and Utica. And what happened to me? I was put out of the cabinet. The person who put me out regretted it.
My husband cuffed him down, used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everybody?
That's right, yes.
Ninety minutes after the hour of 1 o'clock. Welcome to a marathon program from 1 all the way to 7 o'clock this evening. And we are not going to waste any more time. We're going to kick off the first hour with Marcia Brave Boy on the election platform with yours truly, the Gladiator. 7 hours marathon program. Let me welcome Marcia Brave Boy to the election platform with yours truly, the Gladiator. Marcia Brave Boy, we have bought the papers today, And a lot of people are complaining of the bias reporting taking place. But I don't want to go there, but I want to give you the opportunity to express your observation, your analysis with regards to what's happening in the media.
Well, good afternoon, Gladiator, and good afternoon to your listeners. Well, you know, we don't even have to start from the third day of this Prime Minister's reign in office when she was asked by Ansel Roger and Keith Rowley to step down. You know, we get rid of Manning already, so we really don't want you for Prime Minister. This thing was just to get rid of Manning, and you can leave now. And the campaign started to get her out of office from her third day in office. And in 3 months, they promised to get her out by 3 months, by 6 months, by 1 year. And when they had nothing, it was her shoes, her hair, her clothing, and all kinds of fickle nonsense wielded with a helpful media.
And you know,
media.
Marcia, while you're there, I don't want to cut across you because you have a lot to say on your mind. I just want to inform the listening public that before the end of this 7 hours marathon, the Gladiator will be making every attempt to get in contact with attorney at law Faris Alwari and Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, because there are serious allegations that either his attorney or Rowley himself will have to answer to the listening public who are going out there to vote tomorrow. So I just want to let people know in advance, so you all can get in contact with Rowley and Faris Alwari, that I'll be making every effort to get in contact with both men to clear the air over serious allegations. Continue, Marcia.
All right, and okay. Well, today's papers,
yes.
Gladiator.
Yes.
If you look at the papers, it's just a continuation of the bias that started from the Prime Minister's third day in office when she was asked to step down. And the wielding of the bias started from the trade union, from the opposition, through the media. And so you saw stories by Anika Gums, Asha Javid, Denise Wren in particular, out of that Express newsroom, which we know today by evidence of their series of articles up to 2 months ago, where they had 9 negative headlines against the government, designed to damage the government. And it was consistent like that, day after day after day, and it was getting worse going into the election until you found that Denise Wren had a source inside of the FBI. That's how bad it got. You know, and in more recent times, just a couple days ago, they altered a photo of the Prime Minister. The partnership sending an advertisement with the Prime Minister, and they alter her face to have this kind of witchy look. And there are people who look like that, like Suniti Maharaj, for instance. You know her?
Yes, I know Suniti Maharaj.
They altered the PM's face to look like hers, right? And it was not a pleasant sight in terms of what it did to the picture. I don't know if they can be sued for it. I don't know what action the partnership is going to take against the Express for it. The rallies going on, you have seen a projection of PNM crowds in the papers, but not the partnership rallies, to give the impression that that is where the momentum is. So the media in Trinidad and Tobago, the mainstream media is really a reflection of the agendas of the editors and the persons who own it, and it is not a reflection of the society as we have learned.
It begs the question. Well, I just make it clear to all and sundry on my program that I am a PNM activist, and though I am not pleased about what's happening within the party at present, but I do not hide my affiliation to a political party. But there are many journalists in the media, and they say they market themselves as independent journalists. Should the public hold fast to the view that journalists are independent but not politically affiliated? Should the public hold that view?
No, because we've seen evidence of it, particularly in the bias reporting coming out of the Express newspapers, which I've been exposing on my program over the last couple of months. I'll give you an example.
Elaborate.
Tony Fraser, he was on which station it was? Another radio station,
Power 102.
right? Talking about why he supports.
I heard it for myself.
Right, the People's National Movement.
His editorial.
But Tony Fraser, was not supporting the PNM today. That's many, many years now. For that matter, when he was a communications consultant, when he was a media consultant across the road there at CNMG, he was writing speeches for government ministers in the PNM. Tony Fraser. And the same speeches will come through the newsroom for a news story, and he sits there and edit the speech for a story, the speech that he wrote. So they come across as they are political operatives, but they project and present themselves as so-called credible journalists of integrity, independent, and they do it. They do it as far as they're concerned. They do it with class. So they lack credibility and integrity, but with class. And so it's okay if they do it in this kind of refined sort of way. So it's okay because they're professionals. And
is it the objective to shape public opinion or something like that?
Of course. That's why they do it. They do it to shape public opinion, to win an elections when it is necessary, to fulfill a particular agenda.
Remove a government when it is necessary.
Remove a government when it is necessary. If a prime minister wants to get a bill passed or something, sometimes they leak information to the media, and it works both ways. The media would leak something, and then the politician pick it up, or the politician leak it, and then the media pick it up, right? So they really work together in that way. So this whole thing about independent media and independent journalists and credibility and integrity and impartiality, it is all nonsense. I want to call out another journalist, Darren Baha. He is the editor of the Trinidad Guardian. He gave instructions to his crime reporters to dig up information on People's Partnership attorneys. One in particular, Gerard Ramdeen. You know his name? Am I saying his name right?
Yeah, that name is well known.
The reporter was asked to pursue that man, dig up dirt on him, and let us carry the story in the Guardian because we want to take down this government. He also gave instructions to project PNM crowds during the rallies in photos and not the partnership crowds. But still, thank God today, maybe another editor was working today. I think the Sunday editor is Deborah Wanzer. She's a fair journalist. So there's a partnership picture, crowd pic in there. Apparently Darren Baha was not editing today, thank God. So you got a partnership crowd in there and you have it side by side. Objective journalism. A crowd of the PNM and a crowd of the partnership. The Newsday. Now if you read the Newsday, you'll swear the partnership didn't have a rally at all. If you were to go through the Newsday in photos, you probably would swear that they did not even have the partnership.
Yeah, because I noticed that on the front page they only have Kamala and her husband.
Yeah,
but not showing no background at all.
It's not an established shot, so you don't know where that is. It could be anywhere. It could be at any function.
Whereby the other photo shows you Rowley and his wife walking,
the Newsday, and to show you how they're cooperating to take down this government, the Newsday and the Express has the exact same picture. Look at it. The exact same picture. The Express front page, just the Prime Minister and her husband, Keith Rowley and his wife. You can tell they're at a rally.
That means the editors are working together.
They're using photos. There's a name for it. It's slipping me at this time. There's a name for it in journalism, but they're playing on people's minds with how they manipulate the use of photos to get people to think a particular way, to use the power of suggestion.
Yes, to sway the voters.
Yeah, and to take away the momentum that the partnership has been enjoying, according to the very credible Nigel Henry poll.
I was there yesterday, and there was over 55,000 people at the partnership, whereby the PNM had 45,000.
Let me tell you how bad it is. Now, the PNM has been around for a very long time, as we all know. So their tentacles are stretched deep and wide, and they can wield through the police service, through the judiciary, through the media to get what they want. The partnership, there are shots of the partnership crowd when the people were really they were hanging out by the road, and they really just start coming into the venue. And the overhead camera, because as the police take these pictures, they take a shot of the partnership crowd in the blazing sun, but you see the full impact of the crowd on the P&M shot because it's nighttime and everybody's there, but there's no nighttime shot of the partnership. So you see there's manipulation even at that level where you can't get a real and true picture of what you and I saw when we were there last night.
Yes, we were there.
That space is
the entire
bigger,
place. Yes, it's
from
much
side to side, front to back, and
Front to
it is
back,
bigger.
yes.
It's a bigger venue than the Eddie Hart ground,
and two big stage.
right?
Two big stage.
But they sorted. They sorted that the partnership did not get hold of that picture of the real image. They send you something that they take out after 6 in the evening, as opposed to the after 7 shot where the place was jam-packed.
Jam-packed.
Right? And then you have the media.
Body to body.
Yeah, and then you have it working now. They take that and the media have both of them to lift and say, okay, this was the partnership, this was the P&M. But it is not fair because the timings were different. You had situations where people just walking in either to the P&M rally or the partnership rally, and you're comparing a full crowd at the P&M rally from after 7 in the night to a partnership crowd after 5 and minutes to 6 in the daytime, which will not work out to be a fair comparison. So
I wouldn't say after 5, I would say around after 3. Because I was there from the start. Yeah, I was there from the start. Yes.
Yeah, and there were a lot.
And I was able to.
And the fire service stopped people from coming in because it was too much.
Yes, too much.
And there were a lot of people on the outside.
From all the fun route they could get to the venue.
But the partnership has what we saw on the ground is what we have to be contented with.
Yes.
The partnership has no evidence of that overhead shot because obviously it was not given to them. If it was given to them, they would have posted it on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
So it tells me that they did not get that picture. So you see the P&M, they have their tentacles stretched long and wide, and then they have the help of very rogue reporters, very notably working out of the Trinidad Express newsroom in particular. They like to hire rogue reporters.
Funny enough, an anonymous person sent a picture of the partnership rally to my inbox, and it was massive. Understand? It strengthens the point and the argument that there were over 55,000 people there. And I posted up this morning on my Facebook page. So even though there might be attempts by the supervisors or the senior people in the media, there are other people who might feel, there are other journalists who may have an independent view. And even if they cannot publish it in the medium, they're going to put it out on Facebook and through third party.
Yeah.
Because I was able to get a full picture of the massive crowd at the rally yesterday.
Yeah.
Who are the other journalists now with regards who are politically aligned? You mentioned Tony Fraser and you mentioned Bauer.
I mentioned this Darren Bauer guy and the instructions. He's a political operative. He pretends to be a journalist of credibility and integrity. And one time, Suniti Maharaj, herself a political operative, writes on Facebook to him, "You know what's going to happen if you don't keep your foot on the ground." And of course, what she means
is
by
it that because we are a small country, Marcia, that we could hardly find independent journalists in this country? Is it because that we are a small country?
Well, I suppose
everybody know everybody.
It's a combination of a lot of things.
Explain.
The paltry salaries that media people work for, very, very small salaries, and they see 10 and 15 years into their careers.
What is it? What's the approximate salary a month of a journalist? The approximate salary?
On average, 5,000-6,000 a month.
Okay, continue.
On average, and there are journalists who work for $3,000 and $4,000 a month.
3?
Yeah. And then you have the rogue ones who work their way into between 13 and 15,000 a month, and it's still not enough. They're still doing. They have other avenues of income, very questionable avenues of income. You have journalists who are in bed, literally, with politicians in particular in the People's National Movement, but working out of a newsroom and pretending to be independent. You had one who was intimate with the former Attorney General under the P&M. We're not saying his name, but you know who he is. JJ, that would be his initial, right? She was sleeping with the guy, and no one is to question the credibility of her work. You had Anika Gums, who had a contract with this government, and no one was to question the credibility of her work, because once you have these alignments, then people have a right to question what it is you're putting out there. What is your agenda? And so if you have a situation of journalists working along with politicians and big business to take out each other, one politician wants to lick up another politician, and so they have these journalists practicing hack journalism. And I'm going to tell you, this is going to end in these journalists putting down hits on one another. That is where this is heading. That is how bad this is going to get. That is how dangerous this is. And that is why I keep speaking against it. And I challenge them. I say to them, if you want to do a certain kind of journalism, get into opinion journalism. You don't have to stay there and straddle the fence. Remain in a so-called objective newsroom and pretend to be independent, and you are not independent. Right? You're in fact working for a politician and getting money on the side. You're working for some other big business interests and getting money on the side. And the material that you're putting out there is not a reflection of the society, but a reflection of your own agenda. And just wielding it through credibility and integrity and impartiality, it is all nonsense. It's a facade. It is not real. It is not true. And this is why I always say to people that you exercise independent thought and do not be swayed by what you read in the newspapers, in particular, the Trinidad Express newspapers.
You have been accused, Marcia, of bashing journalists in the media, and many journalists have reported you to Matt.
Yeah.
How do you respond to...
What is Matt? What's that? Right?
Will you explain?
MAT is an organization with no teeth. It is biased. They have reported me to MAT, but MAT never contacted me. If these journalists have reported me to MAT, let me put that on the record. MAT has never ever contacted me.
They have written in the papers. They have written almost 2-page stories.
They came after me, but these were fabricated stories. They were fabrications, and that is when I knew, because I've heard people say that the newspapers make stories up on people when they have their agendas. And that is when I knew I had the proof that they were doing it. When Omati Lyder, the editor-in-chief of the Express newspaper, under the spell of Suniti Baharaj, allowed her newspaper to be used to come after me with fabricated stories by some little snatty-nosed reporter named Denise Wren, who is the junior of Maxi Coffee, the PNM candidate for Lahokata Talparo. I mean, you see the kind of web that is being weaved there. That is how mental.
So you see that Maxi Coffee may still have an influence in
He does have an influence inside of the Trinidad Express newsroom. He's a former editor there. He's a very close friend of Omati Lyder. They're very, very close. And he is the mentor of Denise Wren. Denise Wren does what Maxi Coffee tell her to do. And this is a PNM candidate for Lahokata Talparo. Right? And I dare her to deny it. Every little thing they want to run and sue Marcia, brave boy. Every little thing they want to run and sue. You know, as if what I'm saying about them is not the truth, and want to brand me as one who defames and what. But all the evidence is there. All the evidence, you can pull back stories written by Denise Wren that does not make sense, that does not add up, that turned out to be erroneous. You can pull them back, right? Stories by her and a couple other reporters in that newsroom.
Would it be right to for one to say that all media houses are politically aligned?
At some, they probably...
For example, like this radio station, 75% of the callers and supporters of this radio station are PNM supporters.
Yes, so then that gives the station a bias.
And some of the talk show hosts, they don't hide from it at all.
Yeah,
they profess it, understand, and they campaign. For example, like myself,
which is the right thing to do.
I mean, I have on several occasions I've campaigned for the PNM. Just that in this election, I'm not doing that at all. But you know, generally, can one say that media houses are politically aligned, or maybe there might be some media houses that are not politically aligned?
No, one can safely say they're political. They're media entities that are politically aligned. Right now, Andrew Sabga, for instance, the chairman of the Debates Commission, who came out and said, but he owns the CNC3 and the Guardian and so on, and he comes out and he says, we are going to be having a national debate, leaders debate, with or without the Prime Minister. Immediately his objectivity gets shot right there, because you can't say that. And so Hamid Ghani, political analyst, jumps in and say, you cannot have a debate without the Prime Minister because she is the Prime Minister. right? So the moment he said that, that raised red flags. And then fast forward a couple days later to Aisha Wells, who confessed and admitted that the Debates Commission members and PNM financiers were pretty much one in the same. So you can get to line up all the dots. And while she said that, Kamal Georges of CNC3 does not go to her and say, well, can I see evidence of what you said? Because she said she had text messages from a deputy political leader of the PNM. He does not pursue that same story. In the same day, some other supposed story he was digging up about the Prime Minister's telephone calls to citizens, and he was trying to do a story on that, when that other big story with the Debates Commission and the financiers of the PNM all being one was happening. So CNC3 carries some story about the Prime Minister, but does not carry that other story when they were happening side by side on the same day. And so that is evidence of bias, right? And I'm not chiding Kamal Georges. He is a young, bright reporter, but by way of the media house that he works for, his work will turn out to be biased, because he cannot do that story based on what Aisha Wells says, because Andrew Sabga owns the place that he works for. So he cannot do that story. So CNC3 is aligned, and it's aligned to Answer McCall as a big business that owns it. So it's aligned. And so if Answer McCall wants a particular government in office and a particular government out, then the station by extension follows that agenda as well.
We are speaking with Marcia Braveboy, and in this hour here, but we have some bills to pay. We are coming back with Marcia Braveboy.
Hello, I am Kamala Persad-Bissessar, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and leader of the People's Partnership. I know many of you still have not decided who you will vote for on Monday. Over the last 5 years, I have worked hard in government to improve the quality of life for everyone, and there is more still to do. My plan is to keep Trinidad and Tobago moving forward, to make our economy stronger, to create new jobs, to further improve your family's schools and healthcare, and to take a zero-tolerance approach to crime so everyone can feel safe. You know, I'm not in politics for the bacchanal or to shout slogans. I am in it to solve problems, improve lives, and build a better future for everyone in our country. On Monday, please vote for my plan and the People's Partnership candidate in your constituency. Thank you.
My husband cuffed him down. He used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everybody?
That's right, yes.
Ten minutes going up to the hour of 2 o'clock. And let me just remind you that from in the next hour, I will be trying to make every attempt to, from the next hour onward, I'll be trying to make an attempt to get in contact with Dr. Keith Rowley and Faris Alwari to clear the air on certain serious allegations being levied against the Prime Minister aspirant. With me here, we have Marcia Braveboy in the first hour. Let me not take away more time again. Marcia Braveboy, let's continue because we are speaking about the media.
Manipulation
the
and
manipulation,
bias
yes,
in the media,
yes,
and doing it, journalists and editors doing it under the guise of impartiality and credibility and integrity, which is not so.
Marcia, over the years and over several elections, one can assume that if what you're seeing today, such would have happened over the years.
It would have been happening a long time.
Is it much more worse today than over the several election year?
Well, it might. From where I sit, I probably would think so, based on the way they came after me when I started exposing them. Because when they came after me and fabricated those stories against me in the Express, was because I exposed Suniti Maharaj and her involvement, her hands in two mega media entities, the Guardian and the Express, and influencing the content of both. And because of that, I put that on Facebook. Facebook, that is when they really came after me. Now, I wanted to talk about the TV6.
Yes, you come back there. But I also want you to mention, and I will even give you extra time on this, right? Because this is a burning issue. And I would like you to explain why it is none of the media houses, and I'm speaking about most importantly the newspaper, have done any investigative journalism on the past lifetime of Dr. Rowley.
Because they support him. Right? If you follow...
I mean, a serious allegation...
If you follow the media...
Yes, a serious allegation of him having sex with a teenage girl by the name of Rosalind Allen when she was a teenage girl.
Yeah, they don't pursue it because they want him to become the prime minister. They support him to become prime minister. That's the
Isn't that strange in the field of journalism? Because in America, they will pursue it.
It's unethical. And if you are, like, for instance, the New York Times would say which party they're supporting at one point in time, whether it be the Democrat or the Republican, and they will say why.
Okay.
So if the Express is for Keith Rowley, right, they should say so, and they should say why. Right, so the question of him sleeping with a 17-year-old when he was a teacher, and so they will have to find a way to deal with why they're not questioning him about it, or if they come out and say.
But none of the newspaper have done it. One would have expected either the Newsday or the Guardian or the Express.
Well, no, not if they're supporting him and want him to be the prime minister.
So
they're not going to project his negatives. They would faster project Kamala's Prime Minister Kamala's brand name shoes, than they would project Keith Rowley having an inappropriate relationship with a 17-year-old while he was an adult. That is how obscene it is, and that is the reality of the media in Trinidad and Tobago. It is why they cannot be taken seriously. It is why you have to exercise independent thought and put your vote where your mind tell you to put it, and not where the media tell you to put it, and not what the media suggests to you. So you see the Express say 1818 today, the latest Nigel Henry poll, which they took forever to publish, by the way, because they didn't like the results. So if the Express tell you 1818, 5 seats, still too close to call, maybe what Nigel Henry really said was 1818 plus 5. So maybe he projected a 23-seat win for the partnership. And that's how I would read the Express, because they're not an honest newspaper. They are a rogue newspaper, and they employ rogue journalists. Now, if you look at, I don't believe
that's a serious statement.
Yeah, well,
rogue journalists.
Yes,
go ahead.
The Mirror newspaper told them about it when the Anika Gooms thing came out. You see, and you see the double standards. They had a problem with Anika. They didn't have a problem with Anika Gooms when she had her $1 million contract and was busting mark on the government. But they had a problem with Anika Gooms, and she come out and say, Keith Rowley calls her to his house for an interview, and he came out bareback, shirtless. It was inappropriate, and then he was asking her about her tattoo and so on, things that made her uncomfortable. And all of a sudden, they have a problem with Anika Gooms, right? So there, then at that point, they will call her rogue, right? And they have questioned to the Express as to why they continue to employ rogue reporters. I read that in the Mirror newspaper. So it is not anything.
So we as citizens ought to be very careful of what we read in the newspaper.
You have to.
For example, the polls, and I want you to go there on the polls.
You have to exercise independent thought, right? You have things, they would inject things in the content to create doubt. So the NACTA poll puts the partnership ahead. The Hamid Ghani poll puts the partnership ahead, as is evidence in all of the papers today. The Nigel Henry poll, considered the most credible, puts the partnership ahead. And then you have some HHB guy who's been coming over the last couple of weeks. He entered the Trinidad Guardian a couple of weeks ago, same time with Suniti Maharaj, not a coincidence, right? And he goes into St. Joseph to do a poll, right? He starts off in Tunapuna, and he decides to do a poll on how people are voting. And when he goes to St. Joseph, they said they are polling all the marginals. But when he goes to St. Joseph, that poll was not about how people were going to vote. That poll was about who you prefer for prime minister. And evidence of why they did that came out in a NACTA poll the following week, which showed that the partnership had an edge in St. Joseph. So they didn't like that result. They didn't publish it. Instead, what they do, they ask people, who you prefer for prime minister? 80-something% say Jack Warner, and another 80-something% say David Abdullah. Real ridiculous nonsense. And then again, his polls come out one day in the paper. It comes out, say, on Monday. On Wednesday, the scientific finding element of it comes out like 2 days later. So I don't know what kind of polling he does. The HHB poll by Louis Bertra is not to be taken seriously. It is definitely not credible. It is totally inconsistent with all the other credible polls like NACTA, Hamid Ghani, and Nigel Henry. It has been totally at odds with the others. It's poles apart, no pun intended, from the others. And so, it's just not. But when you look at all the three papers today, Gladiator, you see, I don't believe in coincidences, right? You look at the Newsday, and you could tell that they collaborated. Right? They came together and decided...
Because, it cannot be a coincidence.
No, the Newsday.
Yeah.
The Newsday give you an express where they project, they show you established shots of the PNM crowd and close-up shots. They show a crowd picture of the partnership, but it's close-up, so you can't see, you can't see the impact of the crowd. And they show an established shot of the PNM. The Express did that a couple weeks ago.
So it begs the question, are the editors...
The same news, of course...
Are the editors independent?
Of course they're not, but they're working together as well.
Okay.
Because it can't be a coincidence that you have a picture on the front page of the Newsday and the Express with Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesa and her husband, and you show Keith Rowley and his wife, but you can tell what venue he's at. You can tell he's at a rally because the shot is established enough, right? But they make sure it is not too established so that you can't accuse them of bias, but established enough to know it's at a rally. And that there's vibrancy there.
Yes.
But all you show is just Kamala Prasad Bisesa and her husband, and so you don't get that electricity, that electrifying nature of
that energy.
Of the audience
that was
aura. That was in that crowd.
That aura of victory and all of this
they make sure that they kill that momentum.
Play it down.
Just play it down, and and the Guardian, similarly, have done. They pretended now to be, because the other day they put out the HHB poll saying that that the PNM was in front. And that is when NACTA saying the partnership ahead, Hamid Ghani saying the partnership ahead. And it almost looked as if it's deliberate. So Hamid Ghani says the partnership is ahead in 5 marginals. HHB comes on, Suniti Maharaj's guy, and say the PNM is ahead in 5 marginals. Almost looking deliberate, just to kill the spirit, to kill the momentum of any kind of momentum that the partnership could be getting from these poll projections by credible persons like Nigel Henry, Hamid Ghani, and NACTA. So someone is planted there named Louis Bertra to just say the opposite of that. So Hamid Ghani said...
Deliberate, intentional...
Yes. So Hamid Ghani said the PNM is ahead. The partnership is ahead in 5 marginals. HHB comes out some days later and say the PNM ahead in 5 marginals. And it almost looks planned and concocted and deliberate mischief. And it is definitely not journalism. You are not to be respected at all, Suniti Maharaj. You certainly don't have my respect. I do not respect you as a journalist. I do not see you as a journalist. You are a political operative, and you are going to do anything by any means necessary to get rid of Kamala Prasad Bisesa because you are jealous of her.
Marcia, can one assume that the fraternity, the media fraternity, have all broken down on the question of credibility because you're dealing with well-known media personalities like Tony Fraser, Andy Johnson, Jones P. Madera, Omati Leida, so many of them
Now, Jones P. Madera, he will be questioned because he went and he worked. Once you leave and go and work for the
Lord, in all of these guys.
Once you leave and go and work for the government, and even Facebook, even your Facebook posts, you know, then some people will question you, as they do me, based on what I post on Facebook, as they do me, because I worked with Winston Gypsy Peters for a couple months. So once you leave and go and work for the government, or you're a consultant with the government, as Tony Fraser has been, people within the industry are going to question you. And Jones P. Madera was a former communication specialist under the People's National Movement in the Ministry of Health. So when the Newsday comes out with their paper looking like this today, then everybody's going to say, oh, it's Jones P. Madera is the editor-in-chief, and he was so-and-so. But there was no evidence of that over the last couple months with the Newsday. It has been pretty much the most level newspaper, most balanced newspaper going into the elections. It's only in the last 2 weeks I saw a change, you know, and I suppose that can be reflective of someone's political alignment. You know, it could be as a result of that, because you saw bias, you know, so, and someone with enough influence, but we don't know who that is, you know, and we also don't want to believe in coincidences given the facts before us. Right?
Marcia Brave Boy, are media houses afraid of Marcia Brave Boy? Are they afraid of you?
Let me tell you, it is better. It is better. I think they enjoy disliking me, and if you dislike someone, you're going to disrespect them. So even if I am to be respected because of my journalism work, I know I could do good journalism, and they know that too, whether they want to admit it or not. Any kind of respect will still be a disrespectful kind of respect, you know. And fear is not something, whatever they're harboring. If it is fear, I would think that is strange, because I am one who believes that it is better for someone to respect you than for them to be afraid of you. You know, and that's the view that I hold. So if they're afraid, then that saddens me. I think what they're afraid of is who they are versus what I stand for, and the sort of way that they are willing to flex as journalists in the newsroom, the kind of compromises they're willing to make versus perhaps what I would do. If I'm in a newsroom, there's some things that I certainly will not be doing in terms of the kinds of stories they will pursue on behalf of some business interests and so on. There's not one politician, there's not one businessman or woman out there who can question the work that I have done while I was in the mainstream newsroom and say that I was deliberately unfair to them, or I took money from anyone. And speaking of money, Suniti Maharaj, same woman, right? She had spread a rumor about me that I was one of the journalists who took money from Jack Warner. Today, in months on, I went after Jack Warner for things he was doing, and I was saying, Mr. Warner, stop. If I had taken money from Mr. Warner, he would have come out and say so. Right? So time has proven that rumor to be true. And I'll tell you another rumor she started spreading about me, and it was done to isolate me. Suniti Maharaj is someone who isolates people, and she's very brilliant. She has the gift of persuasion. She can get people to believe in whatever she says to them, and it was done to turn people in the media against me. And she started spreading a rumor that I was working for the UNC and they're paying me to write these things about her on Facebook. She's a very sick, psychopathic woman. Very, very sick. And she spread that rumor, and it spread for so long that they start believing it, especially because I don't respond. It festers and it festers and it festers until they start believing this lie. Suniti Maharaj, I have no respect for you. None.
Marcia, we have passed into in hour number 2. Final question to you, Marcia.
The television. You know, I wanted to talk about that television.
Yeah, okay. And I promise you extra time on that.
Especially TV6 and CNT3.
Yeah. Quickly, Marcia.
Yeah. The television advertising. They have been doing something. So the Prime Minister, and I saw it on CNC3 in particular, and on TV6. So they have this formal message of the Prime Minister saying, I'm Kamala Prasad Bisesa, and I don't believe in bacchanal and all of that. And she comes with this nice formal message, and then they come on, they run a PNM ad immediately after her saying, bye-bye, Kamala, bye-bye. You know, and all these ways, you know, are ways that they send messages in a subliminal way to the voter, to the person receiving the message, so that they can suggest how to vote when you go to the polls. And these are things that people have to look out for and decide independently, what you're going to do from here, and not because some television station lined up their advertisements in a particular way to impact on the way you think. You think how you think because you're an independent person, and not because the media tells you to do so, because they have their agenda and they don't care about you. What they put out there is not a reflection of who you are. It is a reflection of their very selfish agendas.
And the final question I wanted to pose to you, Marcia, as we wind up, although we already pass into our number 2, because time just fly very fast. They have accused the Prime Minister of many things: smoking marijuana, sleeping in bed with another gentleman, and all sort of allegations they have levied against the Prime Minister. Do you think the Prime Minister could take all of these allegations levied against her and triumph tomorrow?
That is a question I would have loved to ask her if I had the opportunity.
I want you to answer that.
Myself, Gladiator. But it's been. I believe she can triumph tomorrow in spite of it all, because I think it was overdone. It was too much, and because it was so aggressively pushed, people see it for what it is. That it if it was true, it would have come across differently. If it is something done to destroy a person, the aggressive level, the aggression level, is just very different. In the case of Kamala Persad-Bissessar, where you had the media, Roger, Keith Rowley, and other interest groups looking to take her out of office from her third day in office. They wanted her out of there.
Demonize her.
Yeah, and so demonize every little thing about her. And the master, again, that Suniti Maharaj woman, the master of taking a good quality of someone and making it look like it's something bad. That is something Suniti Maharaj is good at. And so no matter what good this Prime Minister does, they're going to spin it and make it look as though it's something bad or there's something sinister at the back of it. And then all this time, passed, and you see no evidence of that whatsoever. But personally, as an individual, I got tired, and I think that the opposition forces did not hear the screams outside of their own screams. Their mother of protests, like every quarter there was a mother of all protests against this Prime Minister. And, there were people on the outside of them screaming and saying, it's enough, leave the woman alone, this is too much. You all are overdoing it. And they did not hear those concerns. They didn't care. All they know is that they're a superior group, they're an elitist group, and not a damn dog bark when they speak. And so if they're doing it, then that's how the country should go. And it would be wonderful to see that people are more independent than that, and they show that group of persons who operated like that over the years that they can think independently, and they are going to not vote the way they are asking them to vote tomorrow. And maybe we will see Kamala Persad-Bissessar return as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago.
Marcy, before, let me thank you very much for being a part of this marathon session here. Let me thank you very much. It was very enlightening, and I'm sure that many of the people who are listening outside there in their thousands will take some note of what you have said, and they will make it part of their decision-making process tomorrow as they head to the polls. Thank you very much, Marcia.
Thanks, Trinidad.
We got some bills to pay, and when we come back, we try to link up with Dr. Rowley.
Hello, I am Kamala Persad-Bissessar, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and leader of the People's Partnership. I know many of you still have not decided who you will vote for on Monday. Over the last 5 years, I have worked hard in government to improve the quality of life for everyone, and there is more still to do. My plan is to keep Trinidad and Tobago moving forward, to make our economy stronger, to create new jobs, to further improve your family's schools and healthcare, and to take a zero-tolerance approach to crime so everyone can feel safe. You know, I'm not in politics for the bacchanal or to shout slogans. I am in it to solve problems, improve lives, and build a better future for everyone in our country. On Monday, please vote for my plan and the People's Partnership candidate in your constituency. Thank you.
My husband cuffed him down. He used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everybody?
That's right, yes. My husband cuffed him down. He used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everybody?
That's right, yes. My husband cuffed him down. He used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everybody?
That's right, yes.
Twenty minutes after the hour of 1 o'clock. We are in hour number 2 as we make our way all the way up to 7 o'clock. On the 26th of April, 2013, Opposition leader Dr. Keith Rowley stated in the lower house of Parliament, when you are in public life, you are not immune to allegations. In fact, you attract allegations. You cannot help that. It is par for the course. It is part of the vineyard in which we labor. However, how we respond to these allegations is what is going to determine who we are, what we are, and whether, in fact, the allegations have been properly dealt with. Even if the allegations are frivolous, once you hold office, you are duty-bound to respond, and to respond effectively and truthfully. unreasonable. Our people, in fact, like to defend the underdog. And if allegations are made against you, they give you the opportunity to clear your name, not only in the court of law, but in the court of public opinion. Sometimes to a fault. Full stop. I played a clip a while ago, Citizens of the Republic, in which a woman is alleging that her husband cuffed down Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. It's an allegation. Dr. Rowley is in public life. He is still the leader of the opposition until tomorrow, or until a new prime minister is appointed. And once he commands the support of the majority, he may either be the prime minister or return as leader of the opposition, or maybe someone else may be appointed leader of the opposition. It is at this juncture we will make our first attempt to get in contact with Dr. Keith Rowley. If we fail to get in contact with him to answer or respond to these serious allegations, we will try our best to get in contact with his attorney at law, Faris Alwari. These allegations ought not to be gone or to go. That's what I want to say. These allegations ought not to go unanswered. We, the citizens, want to know whether these allegations are true. There have been mounting allegations against the leader of the People's National Movement Party. So with my assistants here, the technician here, we're gonna make the attempt right now to get in contact with Dr. Keith Rowley.
The voicemail box.
Let's try again to get in contact with Dr. Keith Rowley. We need to get a response.
You have reached.
Let's try one more time, and if we don't get through, we'll try to get his attorney at law, Faris Alwari. Let's try one more time.
voicemail box.
Citizens of TNT, in hour number 2 was our first attempt to get in contact with the person who is aspiring to be our country's next prime minister to answer to serious allegations levied against him going way back to 1960s, in the late 1960s. We haven't gotten in contact with Dr. Rowley. Let's try to get in contact with Faris Alwari, his spokesperson and attorney at law. Both sides. Gladiator have been on the radio making statements against the unfitness of Rowley to be prime minister. The time has come for us to hear the other side.
Faris Al-Rawi.
Let's try to see if we could get in contact with Faris Alwari, attorney at law, public relation officer of the PNM.
Hi, you've reached Faris Al-Rawi. I'm sorry, I'm unavailable to take your call right now. Please leave a message at the tone, and I'll be sure to get back to you as soon as is possible.
Let's try one more time. Maybe he rests down his phone somewhere and maybe heading back to his vehicle. Let's try one more time.
Faris Al-Rawi. I'm sorry, I'm unavailable to take your call right now. Please leave a message at the tone, and I'll be sure to get back to you as soon as is possible. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. To leave a callback number, press 1.
Faris Alwari, this is Ricardo Welch, better known as Gladiator. We have been trying to link up with you live on 91.9 FM to get you to respond to serious questions involving serious allegations levied against the political leader of the PNM party, Dr. Keith Rowley. We need to get some answers in the interest of the general public, matters of great public importance. Let's hope you can give me a call or call me or try to get in contact. We're going to try to get in contact with you in the next hour because we need to clear the air as the public relation officer of the PNM.
To complete your recording.
Okay, I'm over with you. We're going to try to get in contact in the next hour with Dr. Rowley and Faris Alwari. of the Republic, since the election campaign have started, and prior to the election campaign, mounting allegations have been levied against the political leader of the People's National Movement Party, Dr. Keith Rowley. I, the Gladiator, on diverse occasions, have made it public that Dr. Keith Rowley is unfit to be Prime Minister of this country. My reason for saying that he's unfit to be Prime Minister of this country does not only deals with allegations levied against Dr. Rowley, but also lack of representation and effective representation of a people that have been depressed and living for many years in poverty. One of my main reasons for saying that Rowley is unfit to be Prime Minister there are many examples of teachers, former school teachers, who had sexual intercourse with their students, and they can no longer be permitted to be a school teacher. They cannot even seek public office. In the month of April, the 26th, 2013, Dr. Keith Rowley told all and sundry, if a man was known to be a pedophile 2 years ago, his presence today in a kindergarten class is not acceptable. When he stated that in the lower house of parliament, he received thunderous applaud and support from members of the lower house of parliament. Dr. Rowley went on to say, he, that pedophile, might think so, but he cannot be encouraged to accept that yesterday was yesterday and today's concerns are out of place. Let me read over from the Hansard, page 325. If a man was known to be a pedophile 2 years ago, comma, his presence today in the kindergarten class is not acceptable, full stop. He might think so, but he cannot be encouraged to accept that yesterday was yesterday and today's concerns are out of place. End of quote from the Hansard. For the sake of the listening public, there was a school teacher by the name of Megan Crafton. That teacher had sexual intercourse with a 17-year-old student. Another teacher by the name of Jennifer Virgil raped and had sex with a 16-year-old student. Another school teacher, Alicia Gray, had sex with a 14-year-old student. Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley had sexual intercourse with a teenage girl in the late 1960s. That girl is an adult by the name of Rosalind Allen. Inter alia, Rowley is unfit to become this country's next prime minister. He cannot and ought not to be elected as this country's next leader and prime minister of this country, simply because of his past record. That student, back then in the 1960s, bring forth a child, a bastard child, by the name of Garth Allen. No attorney at law or attorneys at law could change the fact, could change the truth. Another allegation was raised by a woman. People are questioning, looking for answers, want answers to these allegations. There are those who are in doubt, like the Gladiator, but at the end of the day, we still need answers. Recently, Ian Allen a woman and her mother. And that lady made damning allegations against Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. For the sake of the listening public, and since Dr. Rowley is a man holding public office, and you all have witnessed where we have tried to make contact with his attorney, Faris Alwari, and we have also tried to get in contact with Dr. Rowley because, in all fairness, we have to hear both sides of the story. It's around this time the words of Dr. Keith Rowley is very important. I will not play the audio, but I would quote the words of Dr. Rowley. According to Dr. Rowley, tonight I told you I want to speak to you about morality in public affairs. Morality in public affairs means when you have put yourself up to conduct public business, you have to subscribe to principles of morality and ethics, even if they are not written in law. Rowley further stated, it is quite possible when you in public life that people will make allegations against you. Some allegations are serious and some are trivial, and some can be dismissed out of hand immediately because they are so outlandish and outrageous, and other requires either an investigation, but they all require a response from the public officer against who the allegations is made. The words of Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, not the Gladiator's words. And it's for this reason it is for this reason I'll be making every attempt to get in contact with Rowley on this marathon program, and also get in contact with Faris Alwari. These two persons are politicians seeking public office. And the voters want to know that they can trust or have trust in the man, Dr. Keith Rowley. And he can stand up to scrutiny. And he can be brave and bold to respond to serious allegations. Threatening people that you will sue them if they say this or they say that is not going to answer or alleviate the concerns of John Public. It is at this juncture I wish to play a clip from the interview with Ian Allen, the mother and the daughter. Though I saw in today's Newsday where the attorneys representing Dr. Rowley have threatened to sue Ian Allen, an undisclosed individual. I wish to make it abundantly clear to Faris Al-Rawi, Stuart Young, and Dr. Keith Rowley, all three of them politicians, members and candidates of the People's National Movement Party, in which it happened to be the party I'm a member of. Threatening to sue everyone or any person who are seeking answers to question does not clear the air on the concerns raised by citizens and the man in the street. There comes a time when people have to be very bold and stand up for what is right. You, Rowley, you is the one that wished to be Prime Minister of this country. And sending pre-action protocol letters to persons who are merely seeking answers to question is an attempt to hush up people from inquiring whether you are a person credible or fit for public office. The clip in which I'm about to play is as a result of your past in which you had sexual intercourse with a teenage girl. And Gladiator, like other persons, will want to know whether this is a habit or not, or whether people are just falsely making allegations against you, Dr. Rowley. Rosalind Allen was a teenage girl. And this lady, who many people heard and listened to and viewed, either on Facebook or by any other means, have stated that she was 17 years old. There is strong evidence, overwhelming evidence, that you were seen gyrating on a 17-year-old girl. These cannot be a coincidence. Citizens of TNT, it can never be a coincidence. And it's for this reason. No PR or legal threat by your battery of attorneys can prevent the citizens of TNT from inquiring, because we need answers. We want answers. We want effective response and truthful answers. I told citizens of TNT that I'll be having a marathon all the way to 7 o'clock. And today is the day that you, Dr. Rowley, must answer the nation. Don't be using PNM to engage in PR and legal threat. It wouldn't work. You want to be our country's next prime minister. You're the one who stated to the nation on April the 26th in 2013. You told the nation, if a man is known to be a pedophile 2 years ago, his presence today in the kindergarten class is not acceptable. You said it, Rowley. You said that we cannot encourage to accept that yesterday was yesterday and today's concerns are out of place. Gladiator, who have been doing investigative research to handle these serious allegations. Am I to shove these allegations beneath the carpet? All because you're an African man that happens to lead a political party? You're the opposition leader? Am I to keep my mouth shut? Am I not to inquire, to investigate? Am I not to even make contact with you? Or get in contact with Faris Harari to clear the air over these serious allegations? Faris Harari is on record telling the newspaper that he's always available to the media. But let's hear what this lady is saying, and the Gladiator is going to come back. And we will make an attempt in the next hour to get in contact with Rowley, to give him the chance to respond to the Gladiator, even if it means coming in person to this radio station. We will also try to get in contact with Faris Alwari to get him to respond on behalf of Dr. Rowley. This is not a PNM matter. This is a matter of a person who wants to have control of this country in the position of Prime Minister of the Republic, citizens of TNT. And we must know who we are placing power into the hands of. We must know whether they are capable or whether they are fit for office. Let's hear the clip.
Good afternoon. 25 years ago, you just heard it from your mom.
Yes.
What exactly happened?
Well, because now I just finished secretarial school, and we were offered a little stipend for being the secretary at the by-elections office on New Martin Main Road. Little typing, answering the phone, seeing about the flyers, seeing about the office, little nitty-gritty stuff, daily stuff during the day.
What school you attended then?
I just finished from Leonard's Business School, and doing secretarial course. So this was basically our first job employment. Everybody was very friendly all the time. Some of them would buy us lunch and so forth. And this day in question, the gentleman, Dr. Keith Rowley, asked if we would like to go with him to collect the flyers, and he'll purchase lunch for us. So, well, two of us could not leave at the same time. And, well, I went thinking, well,
approximately what time?
it was midday. It was around lunchtime. And I didn't think anything of it because I said, yes, it's my father's friend. So I went along with him, and then he decided to wanted to show me where he had land up in the park, Glencoe. And while up there, which I thought, why he wants to show me land? I'm going through my mind, like, what is he doing going up here? But at the same time, I still didn't have no reason to think anything was of it. While we were up there, of course, when he's in the driver's seat, he had a black Laurel.
A black Laurel?
Laurel. I remember it very clearly. And I was in the front seat of the passenger seat. And he stopped, and he went up and he turned, and he was coming back down. And he was pointing to show me where his residence is, and where he, now up on that hill where he purchased the land.
Okay.
And from that land is where he can see his property, existing property at the time, up in Newberry Hill. And he crossed in front of me to point out the window to show me where's the land, and then he turned my face with his other hand on my leg and tried.
Where on your leg you put his
on my thigh. I was wearing a skirt.
How close to your private area?
Well, I had on a skirt, so he was putting running his leg up my leg. So with one hand I moved his hand away, and with the other hand he tried to turn my face to kiss me and to touch me, and I was like, what are you doing? I said, you're an old man. I said, you're my father's friend. What are you doing?
You're my father's friend.
And he didn't answer, and I said, could you please just take me back to the office now?
And what you did? What was the conversation like?
Well, I was just very frightened, so I was kind of just like wanted to reach back.
Yeah.
I was just very nervous and frightened at the time. I was very young and inexperienced in that way, so he totally validated my trust. I'm 42.
42. You were 17 then?
Yes. So he violated my trust, and I looked at him as one of my father friends.
Uncle, as a father friend, as a person, you have high.
Well, I wouldn't say an uncle because he wasn't that close, but it was somebody who I respected. Because he was there daily with every day. They were at the constituency office. So we met them, and they were quite friendly and nice. So I didn't think anything that would have happened.
Did you report about this incident?
No.
Why?
Well, at that time, during those times, we didn't really think of it much like that. And of course,
the embarrassment.
Yeah, to go through all of that. And
Number 3. Let's try and get in contact with Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley.
Reached the voicemail box of 3.
Let's try again to get in contact with Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley.
You have reached the voicemail box of...
Let's try one more time.
You have reached...
Now let's try to get in contact with Faris Alwari. Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Faris Alwari. You are live on 91.9 FM. We have been trying to get in contact with you in the last hour. This is Gladiator. And we have been trying our best to get in contact with you to deal with serious allegations involving the political leader of the People's National Movement Party, going way back to the late 1960s, and present allegations involving another person. But are you there still, Mr. Faris Alwari?
I'm in the middle of my election. First of all, good afternoon to you and to your listenership. Regrettably, I'm in the middle of our final election preparations. But what I can say in relation to all of the allegations that have been afoot is that we will certainly as we do on all of the events that have been carried, we'll be taking legal action in relation to all persons who persist in participating in defaming Dr. Rowley.
But Faris Alwari,
matter of time in relation to that.
Faris, while I understand, Faris, just 1 minute.
The opportunity.
While I understand what you're saying, what about Rosalind Allen at a teenage age?
God bless you.
What about Rosalind Allen, Faris Alwari? Can you answer that question, or he just cut off? Let me go straight to the lines. I mean to say, is that a response, a good response? Tomorrow's election. You stated that you are always available to the media to answer questions. This is a serious allegation involving, here it is, a man had sex. Let me go to the with Rosalind Allen when she was a teenage. We need answers. Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Gladiator.
Good afternoon.
Gladiator, you really expected Faris to answer you? Faris Alwari, Rawi, and Stuart Young feel everybody's afraid of them. Threatening everybody with pre-action protocol letter. You understand? They don't want anybody to discuss this issue, but they forget. Hello?
Yes, I'm
forget that Ian Allen, the viewership that Ian Allen have, it is not going to go away. It is not. And I agree with you. We have to discuss this because we don't want that man here. We have a prime minister who touched the lives of children from cradle to the grave, touched their life in a meaningful way that they will always remember it. And you have a man who wants to be a prime minister touching the children inappropriately. We cannot have that here. You understand? He's not fit for office. And the sooner everybody realizes that, Mr. Gladiator, it will be the better for everybody. Keep Rowley, take it, your hard, your bundle, and go, because they're not suited to be. And you know what it is, Mr. Gladiator? We talking about Rosalind, but how many was there before Rosalind and after Anika? You understand? Because we are hearing allegations, more and more allegations coming up. Somebody in Balisay house, somebody took down Caranash. This man wants to show everybody his property. Have a good evening, Gladiator.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, caller.
Yes, Gladiator.
Good afternoon.
Check on the Prime Minister record, no man. She was.
Yes. Good afternoon, caller.
I'm right.
I mean to say, this is a man who said he's available to the media. And your response is about threat, legal action. Let me go to these busy lines here. Good afternoon.
Gladys?
Yes.
Yes, Gladys, I mean to say we need to know, because tomorrow, please, the Lord, whatever, next thing the PNM win the election, he will be the Prime Minister, and he cannot be the Prime Minister of the country with all those skeleton in his closet. So he needs to clear the air, Gladys, and...
Thank you, Warrior Princess. I think we better. I don't know. I do not know how this man. This is serious allegations levied against Dr. Rowley, and the public want answers. But let me hear what the public saying. I mean, they say they want to know. Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Gladiator. Belmont here.
Good afternoon to you, Belmont.
I heard Alwari and what he said there a while ago, but this conversation is important to have at this point in time, even before now, but no more yet. Because this is man is going up for election.
Yes.
The country needs to know who they are voting into.
People do not want to jump to speculations and further any kind of allegation that might be defamatory.
It's supposed to be cleared up.
We need it to be cleared up.
And this is the man who said when you come into the public office, all kind of thing will be coming at you, and you need to answer everyone as frivolous as they may be. But
nation must know who we voting in there, because I say if people want to vote him after they get the information, no problem.
Yes.
Because you have a downside.
I mean, at least clear the air.
Thank you.
On one of the allegations of Rowley having sex with a teenage girl in the late 1960s.
I'm telling you, and all this is
you don't want to clear the air after the election. Tomorrow's election.
After everything happened, and then we forced this man our hands. I don't agree with that. But you see, these people believe we are all fools. We are not doing it. So
the public who are listening out there, they will judge them for what they are.
Yes. And decision will be made accordingly. Because I always want to ask, what is the first? What was Allen's full age when we first had sex? Was it a possibility she could have been 14 or 13 or 12?
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. All right. Gemini, let's try and get in contact with Rowley himself. Let's try to get in contact. People, we appeal to you. Clear up the lines. We're trying to get in contact with Rowley. Well, we see clearly that Faris Alwari, one of the most brilliant attorneys at law. Yes. One of the most brilliant attorneys at law. All right, let me see if we can get in contact with Rowley.
You have reached the voicemail box of...
Let's go back to the lines. Good afternoon, caller.
How old was wrestling?
Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Gladiator.
Good afternoon.
Now, are you trying to tell me on the eve of a general election?
You hear the man?
Yes. And you have a man who is vying to be Prime Minister of this country.
Yes.
At the eve of an election. And for 2 hours now you calling his phone and he not answering. And you call the PRO for a whole hour and he ain't answer. And to come there and dismiss your call and tell you he on the last walkabout with serious allegations like that hanging over the political leader's head. And he is not trying to explain or try and clear up those allegations, telling you about we have to wait till after the election. They're trying to subdue this matter. All these allegations they're trying to subdue until after the election, hoping that people after the election they're going to win the election and therefore you won't have nothing to answer because be Prime Minister. We want to know now, Faris Alwari, you can't just dismiss that. And why is Dr. Rowley not answering his phone? You trying to tell me you want to be Prime Minister tomorrow and you not answering your phone? You don't know who call, but they know you calling Gladiator. They're listening.
I told them I make it clear that I am going to every hour try my best to get in contact with the attorney and Dr. Rowley.
He knows it's you and he has no answer to give you. So that is why you see he's not answering his phone at all. You understand? But they can run but they cannot hide. The population is well aware of what's happening. You understand? And they're going to register the disgust tomorrow between 6 and 6. Thanks, Gladiator.
Thank you. Afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gladiator.
Yes, good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, caller.
Sir Gladiator.
Good afternoon.
All right. Well, it makes sense out of nonsense, right? On Sunday, March 26th, they have a newspaper article clearly states, right, that Miss Rosin Allen was 18 years old when she made Gat Allen, right?
Which newspaper article? 1 minute, caller. Caller.
Yes.
Which newspaper state that Rosalind Allen was 18 years old?
Is that a press conference?
No, you're saying newspaper, no, you're saying press conference.
Sure, yes, with Rosalind Allen stating it was a lie and the Express printed it.
Caller?
No, you can't make fault.
No. You're not dealing with this. Let me tell the last caller this. Rosalind Allen was born in the year 1952 on the 11th of September. That is Rosalind Maria Allen. Gat Allen was born on June the 19th, 1970. You see, Gladiator does have his facts, you know. I don't come on radio and guess and speculate. Rowley was born on the 24th of October, 1949. So if Rowley was born on the 24th of October 1949, how old Rowley would have been in the year 1969, the year of pregnancy? If Rosalind Allen was born on September the 11th, 1952, how old do you expect Rosalind Allen to be in the year 1969? Do the maths. Do the maths. Rosalind Allen could not have been 18 years. And these are the questions that we need to ask, because we want answers from Faris Alwari, who hung up on the phone but wants to threaten people with pre-action protocol letter. But you see, little does Faris Alwari and Stuart Young and them know, Gladiator ain't afraid any attorney at law. I wish to repeat it. Gladiator is not afraid of any attorney at law. I am seeking the interest of the public, because the public outside there are asking questions. Tomorrow is election. They want answers. And Faris Alwari, who I have the greatest amount of respect for, because he's very brave and he is bold with his utterance, to know that Rowley has to stand up to scrutiny on the eve of election. This is not about PR and being an apologist to make up excuse upon excuse. And every hour I am going to make an attempt to get in contact with Rowley. Look, you know what happened? Let me try and get in contact again with Faris Alwari, because the public is not satisfied in the way how he hung up on the phone and said that he was too busy. You too busy in a walkabout to answer a simple question as to whether Rowley had sex with a teenage girl and why he chose to have sex with a teenage girl? I might have only asked about 3 questions. Yes, I might have only asked 3 questions. And after he answered the 3 questions, we move on. But that behavior from an attorney at law, the public relation officer of the PNM party, that is what you want to sell to the public? elite attorney at law like you? Oh, come on. Let's try to get in contact with Faris Alwawi again, because this is serious. Very serious.
Hi, you've reached Faris Al-Rawi. I'm sorry, I'm unavailable to take your call right now. Please leave a message at the tone, and I'll be sure to get back to you as soon as is possible.
Well, it is clear that Faris Alwawi have abdicated his responsibility to clear the air, not only on behalf of Dr. Rowley, but also on behalf of the People's National Movement Party, because it is and has been a burning issue. So we have not reached or been able to reach a closure on the series of allegations levied against Dr. Rowley. We have not been able to reach to such. So let's go back to the line and see whether the public out there, whether they are satisfied. Let's see whether they are satisfied. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Gladiator.
Good afternoon. You listen to Faris Alwawi?
Yeah, well,
Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Yeah?
I'm very disappointed because just mere hours away, there's a possibility, God forbid, that you may be holding high public office. And if that is the level of arrogance, and you can respond now, imagine when you get there. I mean, it will be a hopeless situation if you cannot account now with these allegations, Gladiator. When you get in office, what we will have to wait, rally 5 years before you respond. And this is, and I hope the population listening to this, and that this is just a test, a prelude test to what will happen after tomorrow. Suppose there are serious allegations, suppose there is some form of accountability. Would your phones go silent? I mean to say Dr. Rowley, in a sense, is going back on his word, in the sense that based on what you said in April, and now the call is made, one would have been desperate at this point in time, Gladiator.
Yes!
To account, to clear your name. The population, people have to make a decision tomorrow. This could either work or go against you, and that level, and Faris of all people, who's supposed to be different. I mean, people see him in a different light, and the way he came across, because he's one of those that was threatened with these lawsuits, and they're going to take action, and they insinuate a number of talk show hosts. So come after tomorrow, I hope the people are listening. This was just a test in the hope of you making your decision. Anyway, we still have time, Gladiator. We're going till 7, so hopefully
yes. Let's hope that. Yeah, let's hope that, you know, because we're gonna. Well, Faris doesn't want to.
Gladiator.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry, I'm caller. Just call back, please. Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Gladiator.
Good afternoon.
Me Mondays here.
Yeah, Mondays.
Yeah, Gladiator, you hear the attitude of Faris Ali,
Faris Alwawi.
Yeah. And Gladiator, these men looking to go in high office, these men, people ought to be very careful of what they're doing tomorrow. These men are very dangerous to put in office. These men wouldn't help the poor people. Gladiator, poor people want help in this country. These men wouldn't do that in a Gladiator. Look at the man attitude. Look at these men attitude, and that walkabout he walking about. People listening to the Gladiator, tell him the Gladiator is want to get in contact with him. Let the Gladiator get in contact with him. When he come by your door this evening, tell him the Gladiator trying to call him, answer his phone. They have some question to answer about Keith Rowley.
That's what we want to do. Just answer some questions. That's all. It might be just only 3 questions. It might be just only 3 questions. Go Go ahead.
Yeah, Gladiator, you might be asking him some easy questions.
Easy questions?
Easy question. You might ask him probably, well, how you do today, how you find the election.
No. Caller, let me make it clear. I am not going to ask Rowley any easy question. My question I want to ask Rowley, why he lusted after a teenage girl and why he chose as an adult to have sexual intercourse with a teenage girl in the late 1960s. I'm not asking him no easy question.
He will never touch that phone. He will never touch that phone. Trust me.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Not there. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What the hell you...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gladiator.
Good afternoon.
It's Twiggy here.
Yes, Twiggy.
Whether you want to know where you want to ask the man, you want to ask him the right question, Gladiator. It's the right question you want to ask him, not no wrong question.
That is all.
That is what you want to ask him. No wrong question. Nobody business you want to ask the man. You want to ask the man the right question. Why he interfere with a girl at 14 years old and he was a teacher? Why he lost on a little girl like that? Why he disowned this child? Why he never tell me he had a child at 45 years old? That's all we want to ask him. We don't want to go all the way. We don't want to be talking no bush. So this lawyer who you're calling and now he is busy. He didn't busy all the time to pong everybody. The lawyer didn't need him what's the name?
Faris Alwari.
He didn't busy all the time to talk Miss Kamala Bisasa business. Miss Rowley wasn't busy and he didn't know to find out everything about the Minister of Sports and what he driving. He know everything about it, but he not answer his business. Leave that little boy call the Minister of Sports. See the Brent Sanchez, leave he. Come off that little boy back. Because just so you want a treaty, it's just so you want to treat Lavante. We mustn't have nothing. You must have everything. Nobody never asked you about your place in one word broke place. You beat around the bush for everything. But you want people to come to vote for you tomorrow. Mr. Rowley, I ain't to tell you and your pussy, the People's National Movement, take a rest. It's time for you, Marlene McDonald, and both all you pack up. And mommy help them pack to come out of the office right now. You see all that go for all the building, take you all in at a lie down on it tomorrow night for all yourself. You see all of that dress all you wearing, them black dress taking all in at the moon for 5 years again, Because here why I telling all you, it's in no way the People's National Movement is coming back there in power. And not because I talk the woman perform. Because Lavante is all a backbone. And what are they coming to tell me? Vote again to use them outside toilet? Vote again to use them outside toilet? And vote again that when we hear the address East River, we can't get a proper job? We can't send we children nowhere? Vote again for what? The Rastaman to stand up by the jail to swear we have for we boy children? What is going on with all the Lavante people? All you wake up, it's time for you to wake up, Wake up! It's time, Gladiator telling all you, listen to what Gladiator telling all you, You hear what I'm telling all you, because it's no stupid game playing, it's a serious game. PNM have no hope, so all you again, all you will eat the bread the devil need with that man. You hear? That man don't like Lavante people, all you watch it, God. Watch it. All you putting a man there where don't care about the people and poor people. The Syrian is going to get all your vote and get everything from all you, nothing for all your people. Look the kind of work that woman do for 5 years. Daddy, look the kind of performance she do. Look the kind of performance Mr. Money put on. Look the kind of houses you get to poor people. All you're going to get, all you're going to put back them people, they will have nothing to get. The bread the devil need. Daddy, don't bother with them, We're going with that and we're voting them out. Enough is enough with the People's National Movement. And that's Obia man. You see that beer back Obia man? You see that beer back Obia man? And he's swearing what he do. You see that beer back home, your man, you interfere with everything coming in your house. We don't want he can represent me in no part of the world, baby. Gladiator that can represent me, we don't want that. Let that and the followers go somewhere else. We want no part of the People's National Movement in the East-West Corridor or in Trinidad and Tobago no more. Have a good day, Gladi.
Thank you. Now we need to know from Dr. Rowley, was it morally right as a big man to have sex with a teenage girl? And all I'm asking citizens of TNT, check the maths. Rowley was born on the 24th of October 1949. Rosalind Allen was born on September 11th, 1952. Garth Allen was born on June the 19th, 1970. Check the maths, people. What age sexual intercourse took place with Rosalind Allen? And at what age Rowley was? What was Rowley's age? And these are questions that we want Rowley to clear the air, amongst other things. His role as a school teacher. Not only Rosalind Allen, for those of you now tuning in, for those of you who now lock onto the program, a recent allegation has been levied against the same man who wished to be Prime Minister. There's overwhelming evidence also of pictures showing Rowley gyrating on a teenage girl. We need answers to these things. Why did you choose to gyrate on a 17-year-old girl? So we want to know what age was Rosalind Allen that made you engage in a reckless act, an immoral act, to have sex with a teenage girl. And then we see you gyrating on a teenage girl. And now the latest allegation, let's hear the latest allegation here.
My husband cuffed him down, used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everyone?
That's right, yes.
Ian Allen, the messenger. The messenger interviewed a mother and a daughter. And we are hearing of allegations by the mother stating that her husband cuffed down the man who wants to be our next prime minister some years ago. We want Rowley to clear the air on that. Not by threatening people about lawsuits. And what happened? Nobody must discuss it because of fear of being sued. Faris Alwari Stuart Young, we are living in the 21st century and beyond. Dr. Keith Rowley is holding public office, and Gladiator is making every attempt to give him the chance to respond to allegations. Today is the day that he has to answer questions. We are not saying that we're going to take up all of his time. I told people in advance that I'll be on radio in a marathon session. This marathon session is for the ultimate purpose of giving Rowley the chance to respond to serious allegations. This mother saying to the nation that her husband coughed down Rowley. Oh my God. You know what it's to get a cough from the husband of a woman? Why did this man choose to cough down Rowley? Oh my God. Let's hear the woman again. It's a serious allegation. And we need answers. We want answers.
My husband knocked him down. He used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everyone?
That's right, yes. My husband cuffed him down. He used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everyone?
That's right, yes. My husband cuffed him down. He used his fist on him together with one of the...
Rowley?
That's right.
In front of everyone?
That's right, yes.
Threatening to sue Ian Allen, and most likely Gladiator is going to be on that list of lawsuits. We want answers. Here's the next allegation being made by the daughter of the mother, who have stated that her husband coughed down Rowley. Let's hear what the daughter is saying, oh people. Not what Gladiator is saying. What the daughter is saying. And I was praying and hoping that at least Faris Al-Rawi would have shared some light, because one would have expected that Rowley would have discussed this with Faris Al-Rawi. And I don't expect Faris Al-Rawi, who is supporting the PNM's manifesto, that speak about whistleblowers. manifesto which I have in my possession here, it speaks about whistleblowers. To protect whistleblowers. One would have expected that Faris Alwari, the attorney, one of the attorneys, because there's a whole set of attorneys, would have been brave and bold, be willing to answer pertinent question involving Dr. Keith Rowley. Not by resorting to threats of legal action. It is a man who's seeking to be the next prime minister of this country. He wants to be the prime minister of this country. But does not want to answer questions, damning allegations levied against him. Let's hear what the lady said some years ago of her encounter. Serious allegations. Let's hear what the lady is saying.
Good afternoon. 25 years ago, you just heard it from your mom.
Yes.
What exactly happened?
Well, because now I just finished secretarial school, and we were offered a little stipend for being the secretary at the by-elections office on New Martin Main Road. Little typing, answering the phone, seeing about the flyers, seeing about the office, little nitty-gritty stuff, daily stuff during the day.
What school you attended then?
I went, I just finished from Leonard's Business School, and doing secretarial course. So this was our first, basically our first job, employment. Everybody was very friendly all the time. Some of them would buy us lunch and so forth. And this day in question, the gentleman, Dr. Keith Rowley, asked if we would like to go with him to collect the flyers, and he'll purchase lunch for us. So, well, two of us could not leave at the same time. And, well, I went thinking, well,
what time?
it was midday. It was around lunchtime. And I didn't think anything of it because I said, yes, it's my father's friend. So I went along with him, and then he decided to show me, wanted to show me where he had land up in the park, Glencoe. And while up there, which I thought, why he wants to show me land? I'm going through my mind, like, what is he doing going up here? But at the same time, I still didn't have no reason to think anything was of it. While we were up there, of course, when he's in the driver's seat, he had a black Laurel.
A black Laurel?
Laurel, I remember it very clearly. And I was in the front seat of the passenger seat. And he stopped, and he went up and he turned, and he was coming back down. And he was pointing to show me where his residence is, and where he, now up on that hill where he purchased the land. And from that land is where he can see his property, existing property at the time, up in Newberry Hill. And he crossed in front of me to point out the window to show me where's the land, and then he turned my face with his other hand on my leg and tried.
Where on your leg you put your
on my thigh. I was wearing a skirt, and he
your private area.
well, I had on a skirt, so he was putting his leg, running his leg up my leg. So I, with one hand, I moved his hand away, and with the other hand, he tried to turn my face so to kiss me and to touch me. And I was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "You're an older man." I said, "You're my father's friend. What are you doing?"
My father's friend.
And he didn't answer. And I said, "Could you please just take me back to the office now?"
And what you did? What was the conversation like?
Well, I was just very frightened, so I was kind of just like wanted to reach back.
Yeah.
I was just very nervous and frightened at the time. I was very young and inexperienced in that way, so he totally validated my trust. I'm 42.
42. You were 17 then?
Yes. So he violated my trust, and I looked at him as one of my father friends.
Uncle, as a father friend, as a person, you have high
Well, I wouldn't say an uncle because he wasn't that close, but it was somebody who I respected. Because he was there daily with every day. They were at the constituency office. So we met them, and they were quite friendly and nice. So I didn't think anything like that would have happened.
Report about this incident?
No.
Why?
Well, at that time, during those times, we didn't really think of it much like that. And of course,
the embarrassment.
Yeah, to go through all of that. And
11 minutes going up to the hour of 4 o'clock. On the 7th of August last month, an investigative journalist by the name of Anika Gums tendered her resignation as a journalist of the Express. According to the contents of the letter, it reads, Dear Miss Lyder, I regret to inform you that I hereby tender my resignation with immediate effect. My decision to do so is not an easy task. However, in upholding the highest standards of journalism and to avoid the Express newspaper from being brought into disrepute, I have opted to sever all ties with the company. I apologize for the delay of not submitting a written report to you surrounding an incident that occurred in April 2015. At the time, I thought it would have been in my best interest not to do so. However, to avoid my character and reputation from being tarnished, I am forced to reiterate the facts of the incident as previously discussed with you. On April the 21st of 2015, I was at the St. Joseph police station where I was in the process of making a report regarding 11 prank calls I received on April the 20th. While in the police station, I received a telephone call around midday from opposition leader Dr. Keith Rowley. Dr. Rowley indicated he was in possession of some additional information relating to an article I had written and asks that I visit his private residence in West Trinidad since he was not at his office. Full stop. At the residence, I met two men, one of whom asked my name. I was told by one of the men that Dr. Rowley was expecting me, and I was escorted to the front door. When I entered the home, I was greeted by Dr. Rowley, whom I was astonished to see was bareback. Although I thought this to be the most inappropriate, I was too embarrassed to comment on this given the office that Dr. Rowley holds. Dr. Rowley then invited me to sit at his kitchen counter, where he made certain written information available to me relating to a news article. During the conversation about the information, I received a telephone call from the police station from an officer who inquired about the specific time I received the prank calls. Being privy to the conversation, Dr. Rowley inquired if something was wrong. I casually told him about the 11 phone calls I received the previous night. I casually told him about the 11 prank calls I received the previous night. To my shock and surprise, Dr. Rowley said, "Would you hire me to be your bodyguard outside your bedroom?" I did not respond. Dr. Rowley again repeated the question to me. I again did not respond. I immediately went numb and blank. I felt completely helpless. And confused, as if I was being trapped into a situation that I was totally unprepared for. Although Dr. Rowley continued speaking for a while, I was totally disconnected mentally. Shortly after Dr. Rowley, who was bareback, walked me out of his home to the front gate. I left in my vehicle. As you may recall, I first discussed the matter with you on May the 5th without naming Dr. Rowley. During that conversation, I opted to refer to Dr. Rowley as an official. When asked by you if I told the official that he was inappropriately dressed, I admitted to remaining silent about because I felt uncomfortable and embarrassed to do so. I also admitted to not immediately leaving the premises. I also said that while the comment, "Would you hire me to be your bodyguard outside your bedroom?" made me uncomfortable, I did not respond, and I have explained to you why. Asked by you if it was the first time I visited the home of the official, I admitted that I visited his home on April the 9th, where information relating to the same news article was given to me. On that occasion, I said to you that after I collected the information and was walking out of his home, the official touched my back and asked if I had a tattoo of a map on it. I said to you that while I was caught off guard, I told the official that my tattoo on my back was not a map but a butterfly. Additionally, I told you that the official then asked me the meaning of the butterfly tattoo, to which I replied, "It's all part of being chick." When asked by you what I was wearing, I replied that it was one of my work dresses that I wore previously to attend our weekly Tuesday meetings. I also indicated that when the official walked me to the front of his home, a bee landed on my dress. I admitted that the official removed the bee off my dress and said, "Even honeybees are landing on you." I told you that the entire incident prompted me to shelve all of my work dresses, and I explained the recent change in my professional wardrobe, and I've opted to wear only pants, suits, while on duty. I also indicated to you that in January, at the end of an interview at the Port of Spain office of the official, he inquired whether I had recently returned from vacation. I said to you that I told the official that I was on leave, to which he replied, "You are looking rosy." However, I admitted to you that though the previous remark by the official made me uncomfortable, I dismissed them mentally and continued to communicate with him up until April the 21st because of the office he holds. was again discussed on May the 19th, where you recommended that I utilize the Employee Assistance Program by Elder and Associates and advised me to meet people only in public places to avoid being harmed. I attended sessions on May the 25th, June the 2nd, and the 8th. During the period of counseling, even though I asked by you to identify the official, I opted not to because of the office he holds. I opted to withhold his name from you until recently because of the office Dr. Rowley holds. I also delayed submitting a formal report to you on the matter for that same reason. However, I have noted your comments during our conversation where you indicated that the situation compromised me because it could be construed that information was being given in exchange for personal relations. It should be noted that in spite of such bizarre developments, I held my ground, remained focused, and achieved my objective, and was able to escape an unknown side of this individual. The situation in which I found myself, whilst unfortunate, was totally unexpected. On reflection, I now feel unable to communicate with Dr. Rowley any longer because he betrayed my trust and expectations. Over the last 17 years, I have conducted my job impartially, without fear or favor, regardless of political parties, sex, or interests involved. The unfortunate experience have left me mentally scarred and traumatized. As a woman, I felt frightened and disrespected because of the compromising situation I unexpectedly found myself. I remain shocked that Dr. Rowley, a political leader, a husband, a father, and a grandfather, a man I held in such high regards, could have acted in such an inappropriate manner and uttered such suggestive words to me. Developments over the last 72 hours have caused me great distress to my personal and professional life, hence my decision to walk away. I thank you for your support and ensuring that I receive counseling to handle similar unfortunate situation I may encounter in my future endeavors. Yours respectfully, Anika Gums. Carbon copy to General Manager Mr. Douglas Wilson, and one to Caribbean Media Limited Board of Directors. Citizens of the Republic, the Saturday when the Express ran with that story, a press conference was held by Dr. Rowley's attorneys, Faris Alwari and Michael Kwamina. There was legal threats to sue Anika Gums. Yes, legal threats. On Tuesday, the 18th of August, 2015, on page 9 of the Daily Express, Dr. Rowley came and said, that it was hard to take legal action. According to Dr. Rowley, Ms. Gum's allegations were carefully structured, and it came out as a resignation letter which does not make sense. This is what Rowley is saying. In the context of the allegation, but when you look at the letter, my lawyers advised me it was not really a letter of resignation. It is, in fact, a written statement. And whoever constructed it to bring it to the point where the slander can be discerned, but it does not rise to the level of a criminal offense. According to the story in the papers, Rowley said Gum's resignation letter was in fact a witness statement. Rowley said it was very carefully done. I can't complain about a crime, because what she said is not a crime, but what she said is sufficient to slander me and portray me in a certain way. Very, very craftily done. That is what I have to live with for the rest of my life. And when the year in review is done of the event of 2015, I am sure it is going to feature that during the year, the leader of the opposition was accused. And I am not going to complain that it is unfair to me, because the political arena is not fair. And I just take it as par for the course, Rowley said. That is why I have been making attempts to call you, for you to clear the air. Allegations have been levied against you, Rowley. And we need you to clear the air. Give your side of the story. Clear the air. You are holding public office currently. And you need to clear the air. I receive in my mailbox in which it is alleged Keith Rowley made statement to the effect. You know what I will do? I'll go for a break and I'm going to come back. I will come back with this statement here. This shocking statement. It is alleged that came from Dr. Rowley. I received this in my mailbox. So I'm going to quote an alleged statement made by Dr. Rowley himself. So I'm coming back. After the song.
You can be assured that we shall navigate safely through these turbulent times. The times call for taking full responsibility, as we always have, and ensuring that we put people and country first. In this way, we can confront our challenges, and together we will emerge stronger.
Lord, oh Lord, I cry. Please hear my prayer, and I'll tell you why. Try and help my nation. My request is to conquer all racism. Lord, it means so much to me. We need 5 more years for the PP. Free our hearts and our minds from these mental chains of this Kid Rowley. PNM was about money, power and greed, and they never helped to feed the ones who in need of a helping hand. But come along, have a plan and a vision. These are the days when we can chance tomorrow. Kamala is the way. These are the days. These are the days when we must come together. People's partnership is the way. 'Cause these are the days. These are the days. These are the days. Let us pray. Father, won't you help us now?
Today, the economy is strong and in good shape. Continued careful management of our priorities by placing people and country first will keep us on a path to growth and progress. I remain steadfast in always listening to the collective wisdom of the people and will continue working to secure your lives and your well-being and to building a better future.
Lord, I'm not asking for much, but the hearts of my people I beg you touch. Lord, before it's too late, Kid Rowley should never see the front of your gate. PNM irresponsible, and them know that their actions are despicable. Let them know that Kamala wears a crown, and with Kamala beside is where we belong. PNM destroyed this land, and it's taking a toll, causing history to be unfold. Over 40 years have passed, and still no action. The bottomless pit is where they belong. These are the days. These are the days when we can chance tomorrow. Kamala is the way. These are the days. These are the days when we must come together. People's partnership is the way. 'Cause these are the days. These are the days. These are the days. Let us pray. Father, won't you help us
History
now?
will record this period as one of our finest hours when we stood strong, made the right choices, exercised the right amount of restraint, held the right course, and indeed saw the right results. We have the capacity, we have the will, we have the passion to secure our future. We will emerge stronger. May God continue to bless you all, and may God continue to bless
Lord, the signs were there. Mass corruption was everywhere. And PNM, yes, is his name. And cold heart left us in pain. Now the only way out is the people's partnership without a doubt. PNM, they don't have a plan, so they can't govern this blessed nation. September 7th. happens, just be aware the rising sun will be in the air. The trumpet done song, here comes yellow sun. There'll be a new dawn in this land. These are the days when we can chance tomorrow. Kamala is the way. These are the days when we must come together. People's partnership is the way. 'Cause these are the days. These are the days. These are the days of rain. These are the days. The signs of tomorrow will be the signs of today. These are the days. These are the days when the country must come together. Come alive the way. These are the days. These are the days when the signs of tomorrow will be the signs of the day. These are the days. They have a vision and a plan to help this nation. These are the days. Lord bless our leader. Miss
20 minutes after the hour of 4 o'clock. Let's try and see if we could call Rowley. Let's try and see if we could get in contact with to answer the questions. Serious allegations.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Let's try again.
reached the voicemail box of 37.
Dial one more time.
You have reached the voicemail box of
We're going to try in the next hour to again try our best to contact Dr. Rowley to answer questions concerning allegations, serious allegations. I receive in my mailbox a statement and some telephone records where Dr. Rowley is accusing Anika Gums of being a sorry excuse. He's also saying that he thinks very little of Anika Gums. Rowley's also alleging Anika Gums claim I came on to her, but the truth is she showed her true colors early. This is what Rowley is alleged to have said. Rowley is also accusing Anika Gums of always inviting herself to his home. Rowley is also accusing, who is alleging, that Anika Gums is stupid. That's why nobody believes her. Rowley is also accusing Anika Gums of being paid handsomely to do what she was doing. These are allegations that Rowley is making and telling people about Anika Gums. Somebody thought it fit that Gladiator must know about it and also send copies of telephone records. From what I'm seeing here, a telephone call was made at 2 minutes after 1 o'clock a morning. This is what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing telephone numbers. I'm seeing the name Dr. Rowley. Who made those telephone calls? Was there any communication between Dr. Rowley and Anika Gums at 2 minutes after 1 a morning? I'm seeing another telephone call or communication. It lasted over 12 minutes. This is what the record is showing. This document came to Gladiator's mailbox. This call was made at 8 minutes after 2 o'clock a morning. Early a morning. And that call lasted over 12 minutes. What was being discussed between Dr. Rowley and Anika Gums? Wasn't this the same woman who you said was lying? Rowley was being paid to lie and slander you? Faris Alwari, do you have the telephone records of communication between Dr. Rowley and Anika Gums? Stuart Young, do you have the records, the telephone records between Dr. Rowley and Anika Gums? Check the time. 8 minutes after 2 o'clock in the morning. And the telephone conversation lasting for over 12 minutes. I am also seeing another telephone call at 1:39 in the morning. Who's making these calls? I am seeing telephone numbers here. Who is making these calls, Dr. Rowley? That's why I'm trying to contact you to clear the air. Because you promised to sue Anika Gums, but strange enough, your attorneys have a change of mind. And you no longer is going to issue pre-action protocol letter to Anika Gums. What are you trying to hide? Gladiators asking questions. Is Anika Gums lying about you, Dr. Rowley? We need to know. I am seeing another phone call. I am seeing numbers, telephone numbers. At 1:45 a.m. in the morning. This conversation lasted 3 minutes and 57 seconds. These documents was dropped in my mailbox. Who is making these calls? Who are the persons speaking on these telephone numbers? I am seeing a digital number. We need to know whether these phone calls were really made. Are you going to threaten Gladiator for asking questions? The man wants to be the next prime minister of this country. I am seeing another telephone call at 47 minutes after 2 o'clock a morning, and the call lasted lasted for over 10 minutes. Who making these phone calls, Dr. Rowley, at these hours of the morning? Is someone using your phone to make these calls? But let us check other hours. I am seeing a late night call. At 44 minutes after 10 o'clock at night. I'm seeing another call. Minutes after noon. This call lasted over 9 minutes. Wasn't Faris Alwari to sue Anika Gums? Wasn't Michael Kwamina Stuart Young to sue Anika Gums? Was it alleged on the platform that Anika Gums is slandering and trying to defame your character, Rowley? And Gladiator is going through these documents here and seeing several phone calls. Let's go to the lines and hear what John Public have to say. And the question to the John Public, do you think Rowley should answer these questions, the allegations of several persons being made against this man who wished to be the country's next prime minister? Let's hear what the callers have to say. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gladiator. How are you?
Good afternoon.
How are you, Gladiator?
Good afternoon.
Don't stink.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Daddy.
Yes.
This is Twiggy Boy. On your side this evening. On your side this evening, boy. And that's one to be the Prime Minister. Gladiator, you seen what you really bringing out on here? What happened? Mr. Rowley don't have a wife? What he doing this hour interfering with people? What his wife have to say about that? Is that gentleman have a wife? Is Miss Sharon know what is really going on in she bed when the night come? I just said the other day, is it the living together or the far apart? What is this really going on? And you want to say that people lying? All you want to know, Mr. Rowley, Gladiator is asking you, and which I want to know too. If it's truth or false, that's all we want to know. If it's truth or false. Miss Sharon, too much of thing is going on over your husband's head, Miss Lady. That is too embarrassing. It's shameful. Where Miss Sharon was? They're not living together. Where Sharon is? I don't want a man going through all of that and then still have the belly to come on a platform that says he's standing up with my husband. Daddy, think about it in truth. And he want to represent our country. He don't want to answer nothing at all. He lawyer phone gone dead, he phone gone dead. What is really going on, Daddy? And telling this nation vote for that man? A heap of corruption, embarrassment, shamefulness. A woman man had to cuff you down your career. A woman quite up on top of hill to show she a property. But then still want to cross over and swing she face. And she father and use good friend. What will you do again? Tell me what you will do again. All these things you hide and you know it will come out. You're the man in public life. And you don't say anything is the question when you're in public life. So all we want to know is the truth. Is the truth. Gladdy, I here with you hour after hour. Don't take the complexity. You're doing the right thing. Because if anyone that will go for an interview, if Gladiator going for something, now that's what they wanted to know about Rishmi, and they want to know about this one and that one. They want to know about me and they want to know about Gladiator. We want to know about the man they put in for the next want to be Prime Minister. Is that wrong or right, Gladiator?
Thank you very much, Swiggy. Good afternoon, caller. Good afternoon, caller. Good afternoon, caller.
Good evening, Gladys.
Good evening to you.
That is not the only question, you know. What another bomber to be dropped? Let me answer what took place in St. Vincent in October 1979 when they went out to do something with the La Soufrière volcano. Ask that question, 1979 October.
Good afternoon, caller.
Hello.
Good afternoon, caller. Load on your volume when they're going to get you. Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Gladiator. Good afternoon again.
Yes.
He also has to answer about a cleaner. You understand? But you know what is ironical, Gladiator? He asked Brent Sancho on a platform, are you the same Brent Sancho who involved with a Range Rover? Are you the same Brent Sancho who didn't do this and didn't do that? Well, I am asking him, are you the same Dr. Rowley? Or is it somebody else have the same name that was up hours in the night making phone calls? Are you the same Dr. Rowley that we are seeing in a video with allegations being made against him some 25 years ago? We want to know, Gladiator. He has to clear the air on all the air on all these things. We want to know, Dr. Rowley. Are you the same Keith Rowley who was accused of having unfriendly relationship in Jamaica as well? Thanks a lot, Gladiator.
Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Welsh. With all that documentary evidence you have here.
Good afternoon, caller.
Yes, Gladiator. You're doing a good job, you and this fella here.
Good afternoon, caller.
Gladiator.
Yes.
You trying to tell me this man can't be living by himself? Because you remember when Peter Taylor say his wife was receiving calls 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. You making 2 o'clock, 2:30 in the morning. You making calls. He cannot be. Where is his wife? Where is his wife, Gladiator, that you could be all over the morning, you making all these calls to all these women and them. And you know what's more despicable, Gladiator? All these people who are supporting Dr. They know the truth, you know. They know very well the kind of unsavory and despicable character that this man is made up of. And they are still there trying to foist this man upon this country. Foist this man as Prime Minister on this country, knowing full well the kind of man that they are dealing with. But just for political reasons, just to get rid of the Indian government, they are pushing this man. They don't care what he do, what he ain't do, you know, all the allegations over his head. They're pushing this man to be Prime Minister of this country, Gladiator. What kind of people is this? You all are Trinidadians, Trinbagonian people. You have to live here. You need to put this man in office. You know what he's capable of. You're going to turn the Prime Minister's office to orgy? that it's going to be a harem inside of it, going on inside of there? Because if he's doing all of this now and he's opposition leader, much less if you become prime minister, you're going to turn the prime minister's residence into a harem. What is this happening, Gladiator? Why are all these people supporting? Aren't you concerned about your children's future, your grandchildren? You're going to put this man into office knowing that he's incapable of holding the office of prime minister? Oh gosh, man.
Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Gladiator. You know, I want to make this observation. Peter Taylor was a former PNM minister, you know, who was making those allegations. He was no UNC minister, a former PNM minister come out and make these allegations against Dr. Rowley. You want to believe Peter Taylor will be lying about something like that? That man is no good. That man cannot be prime minister of this country. He is the son of the devil.
Good afternoon, caller.
Pocket.
Good afternoon, caller.
Hello.
Good afternoon, caller. Good afternoon, caller.
Yeah, good evening, Gladiator.
Good afternoon.
Gladiator, the Prime Minister recently apologized to the nation for the Rishni Ramnarine affair. I want to find out, is the Prime Minister apologizing for appointing Rishni Ramnarine, or is she apologizing for the alleged liaison she had with young girls, including Rishni Ramnarine? Could you do a program on that for me, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Iowa Judge.
Minutes going up to the hour 5 o'clock. And let me just remind people we are going all the way up to 7 o'clock. And these areas that the Gladiator have raised, and in my attempt to get Rowley to clear the air, get even his attorney at law to clear the air, have been unsuccessful. But I will try and try, as I have some more hours coming up. I have other issues to discuss. So let me play the song, and I'm coming back right after the song. Sorry about that. 8 minutes after the hour of 5 o'clock. And we are going all the way up to 7 o'clock. Citizens of TNT, tomorrow, many of you will be facing the polls. Many of you will be heading to the polls, facing the polls for the first time in your life. In this hour, I want to speak to African people. African people to know that many of their African leaders have failed them miserably. have used the PNM and some have used organizations to keep you in poverty and bondage. Some have kept you in a state of mental slavery. And they have used do that over the years. And every 5 years when there is a general election, they come back to you and they don't speak about developing your area. Most importantly, Laventille. Many have came forward to develop Laventille, to transform Laventille. But they were destroyed. Some are still alive, trying their best to do what they can to redevelop and transform the community of African people. But the African leaders, these so-called African leaders, are not concerned about your condition. They are not concerned about your living standards or standards of living. They play games with you. Every 5 years, they come to you and they give you a PNM jersey. But they are not concerned of your living condition. They want you to remain in the same state of mind and in the same state of condition that you have been in for several years. The moment you open your eyes and you open your mind to the reality of your condition, they try to shove you down and they try to taunt you and bully you to remain silent. The PNM came into office or came into existence in the year 1956. My party came into existence in the year 1956. But look at the conditions of Laventille. The public must know the truth this evening, this afternoon. They have to be told the truth. A vote for the PNM tomorrow is a vote to keep you in the same depression, the same poverty that you have been in for several years. Nowhere in the PNM manifesto have you seen any part in the PNM manifesto for the improvement of Laventille, of African people. They have been lying to you, fooling you, keeping you in despair and in poverty. Rowley does not care about you. Rowley is a complete house slave. And when I say house slave, I mean a leader that is not going to seek the interest in transforming Laventille, in redeveloping Laventille and the African people community. There is no part in the PNM manifesto to transform the psyche of the African people and to make African people millionaires. How many African people Rowley have made a millionaire? How many African people Rowley have helped ever since he have been in public office? But let the voices speak. Let the voices speak.
This is a time when constituents must be able to call in the promissory notes. This is a time when constituents must be able to call in the promissory notes. This is a time when constituents must be able to call in the promissory notes. This is a time when constituents must be able to call in the promissory notes.
For decades, the PNM have been promising to rebuild Laventille. They have been promising to rebuild Maloney Lahokita. They have been promising to uplift the African community. The African people have been used as slaves to build the pockets and enlarge the pockets of the Syrian community. African community is gyro. Every street you walk on, you see a Syrian man selling gyro. Every area you come to in Port of Spain, gyros is here, gyros is there. Competition to get rid of the doubles and the bacon shark. But what about the African people? What about the African people? Only using African people for their votes. You look at them at Editorial ground, and the majority of the African people at Editorial ground are like slaves being used and mentally chained. Some of these so-called African organizations have sold out their own brothers and sisters just for our reputation. You hear about so many African organizations in this country. How many of them have come forward and tell them that the PNM are using African people for the interest of the Syrian community? But let the voices speak. This is their hour. This is their time. The time has come to expose the PNM for what they are.
This is a time when constituents must be able to call in the promissory notes that were handed out at election time. Deferrals will not do.
Mr. Speaker, Laventille and surrounding environs are considered one of the most depressed areas in the country, with high crime rates and unemployment rates, and with many of the residents living in substandard conditions.
Once you're from Laventille, you're excluded from everything. Don't ever put your name on an application form for a job or anything and put Laventille. Or put Successville or you're Beatham. You're making joke. You just disqualify your own chances. It's better you're saying you're living in Timbuktu or somewhere.
The area bounded broadly by Charlotte Street, the Lady Young Road, and the Eastern Main Road, and including Nevadoti, Morva, and Caledonia, has now been declared by this government a special development zone.
Every crook in this country, every drug dealer, every kidnapper, every vagrant is a product of the PNM.
I serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister. I was appointed by the Prime Minister, and when I took this position, I know I'm here at the will of the Prime Minister. Whenever the Prime Minister wishes me to no longer continue to discharge this responsibility, I will certainly adhere to his request.
If Manning believes that Franklin Khan should go, why doesn't he believe that Rowley and Eric Williams must go? Why does he believe that?
Come on, Mr. Fitzgerald, and stop trying to browbeat people. You are in a constituency that you have failed miserably.
I was molested by way of assault and insulting and abusive language by the member for Digomatin West.
I'm a right-hander. If I am to slap MP Sharma in his face, he will not be pointing on that side of his face.
How far have we reached in Laventille? You hear a man who wants to be a prime minister talking about slapping Chandra Sharma. But what about the conditions of the people in Laventille? Have it been developed? What about the promissory notes to develop the people of Laventille? Just use them as pawns every 5 years. Nothing to offer, nothing to give them. Give them a red t-shirt and say vote for PNM. And after the election, telephone numbers off. They can't get in contact with this one, can't get in contact with that one. They keep you in the same condition, but let the voices speak. Hold on, Gladiator. Time to rest your voice. Let the voices speak.
Runs eternally, and I am of the firm view. For me, hope runs eternally, and I am of the firm view and feeling that this is just a temporary phase that we're going through in a developing situation. I just tried just now to explain the way the society is so organized and how many injustices there are against these people. Yesterday I quoted this situation with the law. The society, if the people want to close their ears and not respond to the cause of what the caller saying that Laventille need help, there's a drought. And if you don't understand that if rain would fall now for today, this brown grass and these hills that has been parched for months will not become green, then you do not have any understanding of life. We have to have a constant flow of rain, and then the grass will become green again. And the 10 days is not a constant flow. The little temporary painting of the place is not a constant flow. We have the commanding heights of this economy is the oil. We get the revenue from the oil. The oil do not belong to the business community. The oil in this country belongs to the people first. And first of all, the basic amenities for life must be met, which is the food, clothing, and shelter. And these basic amenities are not met.
The time has come for them to talk. In 2006, leaders among the African community came together. They came together appealing to the PNM party to develop the African community. Rowley was there, Carmen was there, Patrick Manning was there, Roger Boynes was there, Camille Robinson Regis was there, the Ballad Rasta was there. They were there. Patrick Manning acceded to the wishes of the community leaders. But that he was fought down by Rowley, Carmen Butt, deceased Kenneth Valley, and many other PNM people. They fought and they fight. Patrick Manning and Roger Boynes say that we owe the African community something that they have done for us. They have stuck with the PNM for over many years. Patrick Manning said the time has come for us to uplift the African people. This man wants to be Prime Minister tomorrow, shoot it down and fought against Patrick Manning. This man Rowley and this midget from Diego Martin Northeast, Carmen Butts, did not want anything good for Laventille and African people. That's why I'm saying that this man Rowley is a house slave. You see them yesterday. All they want to give you is a jersey. And when they give you a jersey, many of you catching your aunt, uncle, and nenen. Many of you are still living in slums in a state of poverty. But let them talk, let the people talk. Let's hear what a community leader, Chocolate, have to say. Let's hear what Chocolate have to say.
Let me tell you something, because let me tell you something, I know Bill Francis, I know Kojo, I know Chris Bulls, I know everybody. And me and plenty of them brothers, we eat together, we sleep together, we do wickedness together. I ain't ashamed to say that. And I make a prison. You see that jail where I make? You see that jail where I make? Watch me. I was only thinking about wickedness because unjust things do to me while I was in prison. And I think about evilness, I stop praying, all kind of thing. And certain brothers come to me and say, boy, Chocolate, boy, what I'm telling you, boy, regardless of what you have to pray, boy. You have to pray, boy. Let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. This might not happen to plenty all, it might happen to few all, it might happen to all you. It has something called conscious and subconscious. Yeah, man. You know what I'm showing you? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And when I was thinking evil, while I was incarceration, where they call it Little New York, for local New York, that is jail. You know what I'm showing you? God show me something. He said, watch your past. And I started to see my past in my vision. And see all the wickedness I was doing. And he said, here what's going on. Watch that face. That is in my vision. That face could do you something. And watch this face, it will do you something. And he'll leave me here standing up still. Yeah, why you leave me here standing up still? The little bit of goodness, I only saying that I could be wrong. The little bit of goodness I might have in my heart is why God spare me and grant me to be here today. You follow what I'm showing you? And all who do me, I see the face before it happened. And when the first time it happened, my own brother tried to kill me. My own brother, you know, who I take care of him, you know. Understand the level of showing you, know. I take care of him. If I had $10, I gain $5. And him take chain up and try to execute me. But God leave me here still. And the whole of Laventille know me. I deal with the good, the bad, and the evil. I was living a life, watch me, it wasn't easy. There are certain time in my life and thing, I lived that life and I really didn't like people and thing. I didn't know it's really love and thing. I'm telling all you. I talking to man, I tell them to call me today, you know. Don't call me, you know. Because I go talk the truth, you know. But they know it's love, you know. You know what I'm telling you? And when you see them destruction happen to me and thing, watch me develop and loving me, you know. Because you were going on. Everyone always stand up there. It's me. I all you. And when I kill any one of all you, I kill myself. Because I benefit nothing. No, they gave me nothing. I ain't giving all them nothing. And let me say something now to Mr. Manning and his admin. Go say something, you know. It go hurt the hearts of people, you know. It go hurt the heart of the government, you know. But is it true? Is it true? Let me say something now. When I was a little boy in my mother and my father's house, and there's a shooter, and all you know that. Because all they grew up on that piano. Regardless of UNC, and Jack and NR, all they grew up on that piano. I will tell you what they grew up on that piano. I challenge anyone over here know to tell me that all your parents growing up, he tell all you, if all you live bad up PNM, I slap in your face. You can't go food. You can't, when you can't get a plate of food, if you live bad up PNM. And let me say something, brothers and sisters. I was out here when UNC, I ain't about talking truth. I was here when UNC win the election. And I ain't dealing with no race thing. I'm not no race man. I ain't dealing with that. Respect to the white man, respect to the Indian, respect to the Kokopayal. Who here is respect? When UNC come in power, I didn't get my Juliet. UNC helped the people. UNC spent money in the poor ghetto. But here we go now. We have some wicked people amongst we. They have white man heart. They have the heart of a devil. So they hold on everything. So you find out until reach some money poor mouths on them. So they say, UNC impelled nothing, UNC blah 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 blah. Now what's going on here now? This is an African government. This is an African government we are here. And we put this African government in power. Not under no race thing or no malice, but I find that Patrick Manning and his administration should help the poor people. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell all the black people something. Let me tell all something. Plenty all here, all this stupid like myself, you know. I stupid too, you know. So don't feel that I'm watching all that segregating thing that I smart and all this stupid. I stupid too because I was in darkness. I was in darkness too. You didn't want to show you. Listen to me. Look how much unemployed youths it have in Lavanti, the Beatum, John, these places, all the community, the poor, depressed areas. We have a lot of youths. They ain't working, they ain't doing nothing. CFP really can't mind a man. URP can't mind nobody. Let me tell you something. URP is a Down syndrome work. I ain't afraid to tell you. I eat from it, you know. I eat from it. But URP is a Down syndrome work. That is a work to hold down black people. That is a mental slavery work to incarcerate your mind. And Mama Gayo with 565 and 564 and 563. The money keep decreasing, it and raising. You understand what I'm saying? But let me tell you something now. The greatest war to fight and win. You ain't losing with this war, you know. This war is a winning war, you know. You see, anytime African people could come together and say, you know what they're saying? Harry, you know what's going on? The shit I on. Me saying you want shit, you have to know you want shit. I on shit. And I rest down my gun against you. You free to pass here, and I free to go where I want. Me I'm pulling no gun against you. But let me tell you something now. It's from PNM, UNC, and Jack, everybody. The Syrian committee is the government. The Syrian committee is the mafia. You hear me telling all you? Black people is not no mafia. Black people bring in no tons of cocaine. Black people don't bring in no guns. You hear me telling you? All the guns is coming. Now me and here to tell all you, we're going to stop bringing guns and we're going to stop bringing cocaine. That is a work for Mr. Manning, the Minister of National Security, the Attorney General. That is a work for me and you. Because we don't bring in nothing. You follow what I'm saying? Let me say something. When you see black people come together together and we stop killing one another. I ain't talking by mouth, I ain't talking by mouth, we talking by heart, because the first peace is in a man's heart, not by your mouth, because I can say peace and I can say peace now, you know, and later on tonight I send 2-3 of my soldiers and them to gun down the man, and then in the morning I ball him, but who do that? Who do that? But we know sign peace today, and the man, somebody die and we camp. You understand what I'm saying? We don't want to part of that. We don't want to part of that. We deal with peace on the heart. And when we deal with peace on the heart now, me ain't go kill you and you ain't go kill me. You follow what I'm saying, you know? And here we go to the Syrian community now. They had 2 choices, we go boil down to 1. And here we see 2 choices and they're going and boil down to 1. Well, you know they're together now. You know they're fighting again. So who they're going to watch now? They're going to watch me. They're going to watch me. That's what they're going to say. And you know what's going on? You know what they're going to say? You know what they're going to say? You know what they're going to say? You know what the rest going to say? You know what the rest going to say now? You know what the rest going to say? The rest going to say, well, let me run. And here the next half, when we go run and go Syria, we are making money in Syria, we're making all the money in Trinidad. Yeah, we're making all the money in Trinidad here. So here what we want to do, we want to give back. And I'm telling all you, we are talking about a war with guns, you know, or cutlass and knife, you know. Talking war with this. Yeah. This. Not this. Go study this. We are belly. My belly. We're talking about belly war. We're talking about mine war. You follow what I'm saying you? And watch me. Watch me. You are telling all you. You are telling all you. None of you standing up there could show me a store in town that all you own. None of you could show me a nice house that all you own somewhere. All of we living in that tree. All of we living in the slums. All of we just eat from the Ditam Labas. You understand what I'm saying? So it's time for these people to give back and watch that the African people suffering. Let me say one thing before I go. I'm watching at all the constructions that going on in Trinidad and Tobago. And there's only one type of people getting it. But what's saying now? Why it is Mr. Manning and his administration incoming to the ghetto? Only you tell them because we are real smart youths in the ghetto. We are educated youths in the ghetto. Let me tell you something. I have some youths right now working with me on construction site and thing. Let me tell you something. Them fellas could kill. They could kill people. What's the most of the murders and brutal, you know? They could kill a wall. Did you saw them fellas just kill a drain? They just shoot at that drain. You know what I'm telling you? It's 600 feet, 610 feet of drain right in Lavanti here. Me and them youths from in Lavanti build 610 feet of drain. But here what is going now? Nobody gonna recognize that. Because my name is just Shorty Dawson Welch. He's nobody. You follow what I'm showing you? The truth I'm talking to, they're gonna run me now. They're gonna run me. They're gonna run me. I know what I'm telling you, they're gonna run me. You know what I'm telling you? I leave it only with this. I leave it only with this. I leave it only with this now. You know what I leave it only with now? Why Mr. Manning in coming to the depressed areas, talk to the depressed people, find out this is all they really want. We're really causing this crime thing. What really going on? Yeah, what's going on? You see, I realize you is the head man in the area here. Get all your fellas together. I'm going and give all your contract. And I carry only to the bank. This can happen, but they will never do that. I'll carry only to the bank with no money. Make all the signed papers in the bank. Hand over the contract to the bank so that the bank will supply all you. You can't rob the bank will can't rob you. You can't rob the bank. So here we're going on now. Everything coming through the bank. And you could do your contract and end up with a piece of money. You hear me telling you? But they wouldn't do that. Because here we go on. Here why they wouldn't do that. No, your name will be Mr. So-and-so. And you wouldn't? No, it's that plenty we here. It's that plenty we here. We love to idolize the Syrian and them because we are nothing. So we just born Mr. Sabda and Mr. This and Mr. That. No, he's Mr. This too. Let me follow you. Let me follow you. And you know what I'm telling you? I said don't and I stay enough time. I get education from him too. You see Mr. Selwyn Sandy? Let me tell you something about it. Everybody are good and bad in them. Everybody are good and bad in them. Selwyn Sandy might have some bad in him, yes. Nobody is saying what deal with him. But you have plenty good in him because he teaches plenty thing. He teaches the real thing. He teaches the real thing. You are telling me, I see real tricks. I see real tricks that I know these people will be this. to roll the tongue in the mouth. They're not easy. Have a good day. I love all of you.
2006, on the 3rd of September, in the Laventille Peace Treaty. Let's go to another deceased community leader of Laventille. What has the PNM done over the decades to develop the African community? Nothing. Nothing. Let's hear Croc.
Talk Gladiator, right? Listen what I do. I is a man of peace with my heart. In my pocket right now I $9,000. I now take this out of the bank, which the members here give me to buy a DJ setup. Right? So you don't know what is my scene. Listen this. I hear all kind of people talk, right? Unity is strength and strength is power. I hear them talking about how this happened and how this happened and how this happened. And I listen to everybody, right? A rotten apple does only spoil the bunch. If you lead an apple to rotten on the rest. If you remove that rotten apple, all the rest of the apple will stay good and get rotten on their own. The mistake we make in life, and tell you, listen this, everybody as human being, right? Before this war, all of we was one. What caused the war? The same rotten apple, right? You know, I come in the war because I hear everybody talking about the war. I never talk about this since we all the meeting, right? But I hear everybody talking about this now. A man stand up down, so which is ducks, because we talking play now, right? But 8 men with gun in John, with John don't be on no war. 8 men, hot sun. I let them know what they're doing there. They say they're waiting on Beverly's men. I let them know, they go from there. Or they can't wait in John to kill no Beverly's men. The next day, when I drive, I got my car, with my gal at the side, I see a gunman fall long on the ground with a gun in the hand. When I look across, waiting to see what he think, I know me war nobody, which is ducks. He get back up, raff up the gun, and running coming on to me. When I scratch out, don't go to break the light end up coming on green one time. No, I hear all kind of people talk about who advance the son and who shoot child, right? It's them start a thing. And I wasn't in the war. The reason why in war is because I was defending Beverly's because blockade was unjust. And we come to a point now where we want to cool it. And if you ain't get blockade here right now because you're Kishon, you're Hap, you're here, you're there, you're here, right? Personally, right? Beverly Hills, always cool. With John, and we are reasoning. No care what going with, we just reason it out, right? Everything is not a gun. If you understand what I'm saying, blockade is right there. All these people gather in here right now stating peace. And when they leave, if blockade, we're going on with blockade is right there. We must call him blockade. Kishon, all men from all far come in, right? So somebody must come over from blockade right now and represent blockade. The call for everybody and we want blockade right now. Forget all that go on and who try to shoot you, cause that gun go on. Who in jail, go come out of jail. And remember, when a man lock up a man for murder, you can't bail him, and we don't want to kill no witness. So all you can do is lock back up a man, and that is fair. So the lock up part, we will deal with that because them lock up men first. You understand? So I don't want you to come live on the radio and talk as that stupidness for the world to hear us that joke. It's real that happen, right? Even if you ain't calling blockade, let me let everybody know something. All the peace, where it's hard, people was frightened at the peace because they say men only breaking it. You see this peace, you know how dread this peace is. I want the world to hear this. You see all these women and thing here, all who is Muslim, non-Muslim, Rastafari, all of is one. For the day of judgment day, it's not a Muslim and no Baptist. It's how you live, you will have to answer. Right? And unity, strength, and strength is power. Let me tell you something. You see, if anybody violate after today, all you have to make this oath, everybody has one supposed to deal with them. Yeah, man. Right? Anybody have anything to say against that, they will come and talk. So don't feel there's no advantage thing and this and that. Right, Gladiator? Nice.
17 minutes going up to the hour of 6 o'clock. That was Croc, who was part of the peace treaty. But in that year, 2006, Dr. Keith Rowley, Imbut, Kenneth Valley, all of them, except Patrick Manning and Roger Boynes, except them 2 persons who tried to develop and to stop the warfare among African people. Rowley, let them kill out themselves. 1-0. And now the PNM, under the leadership of Rowley, coming to beg African people for their votes. Where are the African groups? These so-called sellout African groups. They calling themselves all kind of African name, but it's games they're playing with black African people. Let's go to Fresh. The people must hear. Let the dead people speak. Remember, there's a very ticklish situation because you have people who in the jail system as well too. As far as Kiza, you understand, in the jail for somebody paying him the docs and them in the jail for somebody paying them the and so on and so on and so on. But you can't have peace without justice. You understand? Man had to clear the heart from this thing. All the jail they had to go. The fellas had to come out of the jail because they did because a man put them there, not because they do the crime. A man, because this is after war they call it. You understand? And these is victims of that. So them have to come out of the jail without peace. There's no justice. You understand? And this is the fight these brothers really getting with the next party. They want the brethren and them out of the jail. You understand? So man had to meet halfway on the board. You understand? Man had to come and meet the brothers, negotiate the differences, and get them man. That's the only way it can work for them man to come out of the jail. So it keeps Israeli all the brethren, all the foot forward, all the foot, and all the best effort to meet them man halfway for the sake of Kisai.
We want the police, we want the Minister of National Security to know, we want the police and them to come and sign peace for only aiding and abetting and paying man in jail.
Again, the PNM use the African people and have them killing all themselves. I was there, Warrior Princess was there, Twiggy was there. We know what took place there. But the PNM using the African people for their votes. All in the interest of the Syrians who want to take more money and put it in their pocket to mine their family in Syria. Those guys would have been alive today. Those guys would have been alive today if the Rowley, Embert, and all those PNM people had seen the interests of the African people. But all they're concerned about is giving you a red jersey until they vote PNM and keeping you as slaves. Keeping you a slave. Where is the black caucus? Where is the black agenda? Games. They play with African people. Where's Kaf and Gambon? Games they play with African people. Only keeping you in poverty and in a state of depression. And they have you killing out yourself. They see you putting guns in the area and drugs in the area and have African people killing out themselves. And every 5 years they come with a balize and a red t-shirt and telling you red army and all this kind of nonsense to kill out yourself. Let's hear what Abu Bakr have to say.
Let me tell you something today as regards to what is happening with the URP program. I mean, I think this concept of URP being, some kind of remedy to these problems is outdated. First of all, if we were to have, a drizzle of rain right now, we've had a bad dry season, and we've had a drizzle of rain right now, how would that affect? Community outside of Port of Spain is Lavente. You start going up to Lavente where you go to Old St. Joseph Road. All in the back of their Success Village, nothing is there, no business at all. As soon as you reach Sanwa Junction and you go from Sanwa Junction all the way up to Sandy Grande, businesses on both sides of the road belong to somebody else other than the African, an ethnic group other than right up. How come they never develop Laventil, which is immediately outside of Port of Spain? Let's go west now. You leave Port of Spain, you're going west. Woodbrook is developed. St. James is developed. Goodwood Park developed. Marval developed. How all these areas outside has been developed, and yet Laventil remain after all these years in this dilapidated condition. What kind of minds do you expect to breed?
Abu Bakr, he tried to help and educate the African people, and when he opened his mouth, put sense in African people. Look at your condition. The PNM have been in office since 1956. But it's all a conspiracy. It's all a plan to keep African people in a state of condition and have you killing out your own self and not seeing any improvement in your community. You know what Abu Bakr said? All the way up in the east, develop. All down in the west, develop. Woodbrook, develop. Westmoreland, develop. By Rowley area, develop. But Laventille, that have served and protect the PNM for decades, is not developed. Something is wrong. But you know what is wrong? We does not want to come to the understanding that the PNM is not an African party. It is a Syrian party. Let's hear Kojo.
For the barriers of God within ourselves, each man here, and conquer the evil thoughts and weak parts that what make a man destroy flesh, crash flesh. Rastafari. What my brothers and them stand firm for is the rascal gun sharing and the ghetto for the rascal young one.
God bless you, sister.
When it's peace, there's no guns to be around. Next thing, we have to get respect from the system of Babylon evil forces. It's not a speech against a police officer is our brother and our sister, but Babylon is a force that swear against the mother and father to do anything to stand firm for the order of Babylon evil force. And if a man know who kill any brothers and sisters in the ghetto, and even if he's not a police officer, he doing evil thoughts, that which is Babylon evil spiritual badness to overtake and demand you take away what is yours, kick down your door and disrespect your young one, and hold a man fast before working for years, never do crime, minding the woman and hustle her children, and then he get 2 years, the woman gone astray. That's that spoof. And he go between criminals' mind, who barriers break down, and he pushing evil thoughts, and he will come out of captivity and can't get bail, and the mother and father poor. But let's try and understand, man, feel me not dada. And that we have to march for after this, to free our young ones who still lack a certain thing. They'll overcome one little thing and a pong. That's proof. It's disrespecting our black people. It's disrespecting our country. It's kicking man in the face. I know what. If all of those smoke still stand for it and understand, that's the free me. There are enough men suffering on the children street. It's law caused violence and crime here, dada. It's the law and the system. Since I small the time, I'm a vote PNM. Since I small the time, I'm a spiritual Baptist. But when I stand firm as a youth, I see God in all man who stand firm for righteousness. So as a man, I want you all to know to really stay with the love inside. From here, look here, we're a man from Africa, Ethiopia, anywhere. That's our neighbor. Not no neighbor by no house, is neighbor out of flesh, Rastafari. No matter where we meet, we have to stand firm together. There is good brothers in the community, and there is bad brothers in the community, and they don't want to make it bad. When the governments and all these crumbs in the ghetto to share between about 10,000 people, they send 100, and then the next brother come and he take 95 in his pocket alone and give 5 man alone with guns to watch him back and kill out the neighbor. This rascal thing after done. So, and then foreman say, gang, this one have a clip and clip. I Rastafari all. I don't want a little bit. I want all, everybody to one love. You're bad, Jah go deal with you. I don't want to deal with you.
a job or do that your rascal thoughts and spread. Because you have to balance the scale, you know. You're too good, a Babylon destroy your flesh, but you enter the kingdom of God. You're too bad, your soul and flesh, everything are passed away and now come back no time again, brother. So I just want you to let it stay for. Let it stone. See today, we know them brothers and them. But let's chat out all of them. This is some measure we all know they won't kill this one, kill that one. You kill Kojo ride them. None of them will never give a gun, never give no gun to face none of them. Because if I give to one of them a gun, because I face myself, that I'm a pure rebel for myself. Everything I do for myself. And I ain't fierce, you rascal, you. No youth, no interference. All them youth and them. I'm born and growing start from land. This is my L here. We stay together, he always keep me there. When I go see you, no, the system working on there. I'm a live a life. I don't hustle. Babylon know that. All of them are hustler too. All of them are look for that. All who in politics and play rank and things. They pass through stations, they chop people, they fight people, they kick people, we live life. But we have to stop the murder. We had to know to open a little gym and get gloves and know to box and keep his spirit and sweat out the little rascal and rather than. That no. You understand? I walk I scrap connection as a youth in my ghetto and I stand crap connection to represent my whole little home. They said if a man break a house, he get punished. If I break a house, I get punished. If I rape, I get punished. But now I have no macame man now walking in the neighborhood at tala. No macame man, I fire blood. So enough man at ghetto, there are guns and all type of thing, and there are rape go down in the ghetto, there are murders go down in the ghetto, there are housebreakers going on in the ghetto. A man pass the road of them no bad man, them are confusion man, they are bacchanal man, a fire blood the last clap thing man. So this is our point then, brother. I just talk my heart and my mind, all of them know that is me, man, a friend. I stand firm. When those side is nothing, no religion, called God ain't run no wire fence at all. No wire fence. You understand? And this was this party people, go for Christian, this one, that one, they still find hate, rape and hate. So I realize it's humanity. We have to conquer evil thoughts within ourselves over and over. These brothers here talk to all of today. Keep the peace all the time and stuff, alright. When my chatter real. No time to run and close off. I just level the vibes. There ain't no much time. I can if tomorrow I'm gonna drop down. But my love, I'm seeing here, I'm gonna keep it cool. The radio station, all this have to know to explain themselves. The government have to know to explain himself. He's saying he's not raising no price for the government, little petty work, we come and taking it and go buy a gun. All our head could say that he cannot control that. That is weakness. Any man stand firm as the head and this politics, he's supposed not to speak like that. He's supposed to raise the price and set the thing the right way. Set the thing the right way so people could eat food. If you're not set to the right way, we couldn't leave it for you to confuse and back in amongst one. You see, Joe, enough man getting hold for weed and going and sit down with man who charge for murder. The total system is running wrong. A man charged for murder, they have to stay by himself. They have crime going on. Because when a man can't come out of jail, I tell him all that. He will do anything because certain things will go on and the people will see. Tanti see she charge up, she go to the station, she report. But a man get charged and they fast bluff. He will lick down Tanti because he want to be free. And he waits down how to stand because he aren't tell the man, take me out and I go do that. So the government had to see about that. And we are the government. And you see how you're dividing? This side here, and this side. You see the committee leaders and them, they have to come as one. If it's 5 of us, if this village, number 1 village, the 4 of us combine and see that the government spent some $50 million in that ghetto for 2 years straight, all of us go in there and work until it's done. Nobody kill nobody and fight and say you come from outside and work. No, government put too little work in the ghetto, so that's why it had a rascal conflict. So the next 3 years, they do that for the number 3rd one, the number this one, and we keep our life going forever. We have to do that. It's politics divide us. UNC want to choke down PNM, PNM want to choke down UNC. If it was the king, Selassie, the order, then no chokes down is one or a slap order.
The voice of Kojo. 2006 under a PNM administration where African leaders in the community came together to uplift the African community, and they were fought down by senior members within the African community. It was that same man, Rowley, Imbut, Valley, when Patrick Manning was about to grant the land for the Jamaat al-Muslimin. What did they do? Abu Bakr is an African man. He's not a Syrian man at all. He's an African man. That same man, Rowley, who wants to be Prime Minister tomorrow, gang up with other PNM, senior PNM ministers, to not make the Jamaat al-Muslimin get the land. And now this man wants to be Prime Minister of this country. Look at the condition of Laventille. Look at the condition of the ghettos. The leaders of the community have been saying they want to divide us and have us killing out each other. And as they speak, and they speak their mind, they are no more. They are all dead. Abu Bakr is still alive. He has been a voice in the wilderness. Let's hear Sean Sandy. Let's hear Sean Sandy. Let's hear what you have to say.
Asking you for this guidance and protection, oh Lord God, Father. Father, you say with the twos and threes, I gather you will be in the midst.
Yes.
Father, I'm glad for everything that come here today, oh Lord God, Father.
Right, good afternoon to you, Galen, and good afternoon again to our listeners all across Trinidad and Tobago.
And who want to know
right now, what's taking, well, there's a little bit of rain, but what's taking place right now on the stage is there are, you can say close to about maybe more than 100 people, or just about 100 people on the stage itself. And a number of the community leaders, or as some would say gang leaders, are one by one individually giving a statement of peace or a pledge to maintain the peace within the communities. And they're just on about the third or fourth member. Sean Francis was the first person, and then they're continuing on stage now. So let's go back to the stage.
Yes, we have Sean Francis on stage, and we have a sister here who fight to make this happen and wanted to see it happen. We just take a word from Toby.
Good afternoon. The mother might end up with a drunken man. Here with son ball. If daddy was here, you would have done that WhatsApp slap. He here now. So let me keep it real today. Real. Bull. Fresh. Paranoid. From my heart. From my heart. After this,
community leaders, all the brothers have met and hugged, and it is a real touching, emotional movement here today. Peace in Laventille is what they say, and this moment is indeed touching. Yeah, touching. God bless all our young soldiers. All our young soldiers have taken a position to defend us. Blessings, Sean Sandy just come off and hug up the brother. Yes. Twiggy, a beautiful moment. All the young soldiers. Question, Chris, how you feel with this movement? How do you feel about this today?
I put this all the way.
DJ.
You know.
This week the people love all your boys. Stand firm.
DJ. Yeah, for real.
Feel touch. God bless you. Fresh. What is your feeling about the vibes?
Yeah, man. Great, man. It's real, man. From the bottom of my heart, it's real.
We love you, man.
This is yet to come, man. People, listen.
We love you.
Yeah.
Bill. Francis. What you feel about this vibe?
This vibe is a real positive vibe, Shabbos, and it must be have continuation and keep this up. To give it a continued support, we could go to, and we could go all over to.
We're always trying and fighting for this bill. So I know today must be a happy day for you. You're always fighting for this.
Yes, it's a happy day today. But what's most important is to understand. Pass it. Get Spanish. It's very important. Pass it. Is the future for the children to have a more stable and comfortable environment.
People, listen. Yeah, listen. People, listen 1 minute, please.
We have to be guided by the faith.
It's so good and well to see everybody here. The elders, the father, brothers, sisters. We love you all. We've been waiting for this for a long time. But everybody had to participate in this. I'm speaking to the young ladies. All the backbiting and the chaining up and the going and tell your husband, none of that. You understand? And next thing too, we don't want to make the brothers who are incarcerated because of our wrongdoings feel left out of this. We have a lot of brothers in the jail right now who is just out of pay. Let me say the art of war. They're victims of the art of war. They're innocent. So I want brothers come together, Jed, and free these brothers. All who are brothers in jail for malice will free the brothers. You understand? Because lives are different. That will be a different fluid to a fire. You understand? When a man feel he get dealing just. You understand? Because he leave his daughter out here to suffer, he girl to go with some other man to get treated and all them sort of thing. You understand? So if this happiness spread here, let me spread it all in the jail and free them brothers too, man. Big love, blessing everybody.
I want you to talk to the brother now. Talk to the brother.
Well, you all know me and Sean Sandy from day one. Sir, you're like a father to me too, a father to my brother too. You put food on my table. I remember them days because you and my father used to ride hard, hand in hand.
What's your feeling
about understand? Me and Sean and Bumbles come a long way. It's hard to see this kind of thing come between we and had we apart, but we never really transgress against one another personally. So it take we nothing to make amends today. You understand? So, yeah, man. Drink out the bottle of peace and live. God knows. Love you, man.
8 minutes after the hour of 6 o'clock, the final hour, and this was in 2006 when African leaders came together to tell the PNM party they want to change, they want to stop killing out each other. African people dying every day, fighting and shooting and killing themselves. But little do they know that it was a PNM conspiracy to keep black black people in the same condition kill out themselves because it is a business. It is a business for black African people to remain in a state of poverty. No development. Every year, give you a piece of CPEP, a little 10 days, but keep you in a state of wanting and wanting and wanting, but not making you become business people, to move you from one level to another level, to transform the entire area of Laventille and make African people successful people. The African people have built the PNM party like slaves. They have built the PNM party like slaves. But the Syrians have used house Negroes, house slaves, to keep African people under one condition, one state of mind, and they have done that eternally. And all what they do, every 5 years, they give you a red t-shirt and tell you wave the balizi, wave the flag, and come and vote PNM. And when you put them there, you're still using an outhouse, you're still using a latrine, you're still using a posy. No betterment of your lifestyle. They still have the police knocking down, breaking down your door, and the jail packed with African people. What is the PNM doing about that? They are doing nothing. And this house slave come as a leader. Rowley, he come as a leader in the interests of the Syrians. But let the dead people talk, because all of them dead because they find that they were talking too much. Kojo was talking too much. Sean Francis was talking too much. Croc was talking too much. Fresh was talking too much. And when they talk, they say they're making the African people too wise. They kill them out. And they will kill out more and more who try to make African people wise. Let's go to Sean Francis. Let them talk. Gladiator, hush them out. Let African people know that they're being used. What is your condition today? Abu Bakr said it. In the West develop, Central develop, Westmoreland develop, Up by Rowley develop, Woodbrook develop, but Laventille ain't develop at all, Beetham ain't develop at all, Maloney not develop, La Hockett not develop. Let African people kill themselves, and the PNM would use us and continue to use us because they could always remove the leader and put somebody else there in the interest of the Syrian. Let's hear Sean Francis and that bald Rasta Hines.
Yeah, man, because yeah. And one more thing I want to do. Otherwise they will take over the land. Okay, one thing. Just now, I want to say one thing. Everybody's sealing up. Mr. Nunes, excuse me, please. Everybody's sealing up everything. And all you know, me and Mr. Hines is to be at it. So I feel Mr. Hines supposed to seal it with me today too. Because it's not just brothers alone who shooting the squad's problem. Let me and Mr. Hines seal it. And let me take a sip too, straight. For order is order.
All right, Mr. Hines. We know sometimes we all sing, but we're talking about saying that you and he could hug up today, and we're thanking the brother.
With great respect, I think he's, with the greatest respect, I think my brother Francis is misunderstanding. I am not in any war with you, my beloved brother.
I never said word. Be careful with the English language, Mr. Hines. I know you're good at it. I said misunderstandings.
Yes, well, my brother, my part is...
Yeah, man, one love.
Come on, let's play this, Michael. Come on, let's play. Let's finish it up, man. It's a big Since everybody at it, let me tell you. I know, I don't believe, I know the power of our people. And I have told you on countless occasions, I have told you, Sean Francis, as one of the people who are very influential in my constituency, that I want love and peace and prosperity. And I always told you that I know you and others have the power to make the change. And I am happy today that you are so engaged. So I have no further misunderstanding. God bless.
All right. And I thank God for this thing taking place today, because with the prison and all gonna be in glory. Glory to God.
Sheldon Scott, one crop, welcome crop, another brother in the community.
But what has Hines done? What has he done? Fitzgerald Hines saw the African people coming together. But you see, it's a PNM conspiracy not to develop the African community, have them warring among themselves. Hines was a government minister. We are speaking about the year 2006. Now they come back for your vote. Hines have done absolutely nothing in Laventille East Nova. And this man, this house slave Rowley, put Hines in Laventille West. Put Hines in Laventille West. And Hines know fully well that Laventille needs to be developed. But that's the conspiracy of the PNM in the interest of the Syrians. Keep Laventille depressed. Keep it underdeveloped. Don't develop it at all. The only thing they must do, they put a lot of drugs in there and guns and let them kill out themselves. Let's hear what Abu Bakr has to say about Hines.
URP program. I mean, I think this concept of, as regards to what is happening with the URP program, I mean, I think this, as regards to what is happening with the, once you're from Laventille, you're excluded from everything. Don't ever put your name on an application form for a job or anything and put Laventille or put Successville or you're Beatham. You're making joke. You just disqualify your own chances. It's better you're saying you're living in. As regards to what is happening with the URP program, I mean, I think this concept of URP being, some kind of remedy to these problems is outdated. First of all, if we were to have, a drizzle of rain right now, we've had a bad drought dry season, and we've had a drizzle of rain right now, how will that affect the grass? The grass will still remain dry because that drizzle is nothing. And I want to take issue with Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, who is personally responsible since that is his constituency. And last night he was talking about how much money was spent in the NHA to paint some place and things like that. Well, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, it doesn't seem that you understand anything at all about what happened. When you paint the buildings, how much people in the Laventille area, in the ghettos, rented the scaffold, which accounted for more than 25% of the cost of the project? How many people in Laventille area supplied the paint, which represented more than 50% of the cost? What did that leave for labor? Come on, Mr. Fitzgerald, and stop trying to browbeat people. You are in a constituency that you have failed miserably, and stop trying to browbeat people with figures. Again, I'll go back to you. The scaffold is what cost the money, and the paint cost the money. Very little of the money went to labor. So don't come and browbeat nobody. Like I say, if a shower of rain was to fall now, it would do nothing to the parched hills because of the drought. And Laventille is in a drought. It needs constant watering and rain, and then the grass will begin to come green again.
And Abu Bakr made that statement since in the year 2003 under PNM government. Have we changed? Have we moved out of the same state and conditions that Laventille is in? It's all a conspiracy, and the African leaders knows it. And when Abu Bakr exposed that in 2003, what did they do? They refused to give him the land down at Mokorapo. They refused to give him land. You see, they do not want you to move out of a state of poverty and underdevelopment. They have you killing out yourself, and they keep you in that slave syndrome. Balize, Jersey, I want Jersey. I wear size small, I wear medium, I wear my PLM jersey, and they give you a jersey and have you like a slave. Nothing to develop yourself, and you remain in the same condition for decades upon decades. Rowley does not give a damn about African people. Fitzgerald Hines does not give a damn about African people. They don't respect African people. All they want is your votes to enrich the Syrian community. Let's hear another community leader screw up. Let's hear him. Good afternoon everybody. Laventille, Sawa, Bitam, my people, Trinidadians, we love you. We concerned about the peace. Well, you're happening. I script, corruption, pledge, no more bloodshed. No more bloodshed. I talked to Sean Sandy. I talked to Selwyn Bumble Sandy. I talked to Francis. I talked to Chris Bowles. I talked to all the main players. Kucho, Papa Willie, Fresh. We come together. But here's what is going on. Sometimes, let me tell you something. This is a fresh seed that we plant here. This is a new seed that we plant in the ground. Everybody talking about all the peace treaties that I had before. The real peace treaty, I can't even check them. I can't even check them, and all the leaders, all them brothers and they say, boy, you have the screw. What about all them peace treaty, boy? What about all them peace treaty? I say, you happening. Forget that. That tree only reached the side and go back down. It only reached the side and fall back down in my shop. Because you know what happening? We planted and we wasn't watching after that tree. We wasn't watching after the tree. So this new seed that we plant here today, this peace thing, this march, that Selwyn Sanders, orchestrate. I show him my book. Quite out in America. The first thing I had on my agenda was peace treaty. Nobody has the answer to the question. Where the war start? I know the war start. We can't remember. So you know what, baby, can't remember? We have to forget about that. Force hope. Force everything. So here what then we do? We have prosperity now. Here what is going on? I'm coming up Picton the other day. I see police patrolling. They know me, you know. They know me. I'm moving there, I think, to glass. Oh God, they say, oh God, school, stop. I say, well, they say, what pressure, well. I thought they were going to say, cover the car, go on the ground there, because they know I don't lie down. So they say, screw up. I say pressure.
I said, well, you got pressure, and the government gave Scotland Yard £50 million. Oh, they go give £50 million to Scotland Yard. I said, well, they're trying to implement back the triangular trade. They're trying to implement back the triangular trade. Well, they know about the triangular trade. They bring me from Africa to the Caribbean, and they take all the rest of them carry back to England. So why England now must be eating out of our money? Why England must be eating out of our food? We want the food. We want the food. The people are hungry. All you hungry. All you hungry. All you hungry. Ask that question. All you hungry. I ain't all you hungry. Alright, so they're going on. £50 million. I can do the maths, you know. £50 million is like 100 and something thousand US. 100 and something thousand US. I mean 100 and something million US, sorry. Million US. Million US, sorry, my bad. 100 and something million US. So if you drop a 5 million US in all the areas that are the problems, 5 million US is 30 million TT. 30 million TT. 30 million and change, 5 million US, 560 is 30 bill. 560 is 30, don't tell me no. Don't tell me no. I went to school, you know what, let me get a little still joke. I went up in America and I get old. And I went into jail. And in America, you had to go to school. If you didn't go to school, they take away all the remission. They take away all the remission and they pay in the hole. They lock you down in solitary confinement. So I said, you know what, no. I said, Trinidad need me. They need my voice down here. They need me to come together and pull everybody together. Once they hear my voice, I can cover for a certain amount of men. But Bill, you know that? Alright, so they're going on. I went to school now, so what's the code? They call me in front of the black. All of them are back. They call me in front of the blackboard to do something. The first time I go to school, I go up to Hamid truck, and this is me in front of the blackboard. I don't know where to start. All my mind is gone. It's all kind of criminal thing. I started so with the shocking man and I carry right to the blackboard. Well, what happened after 3 months? I started to do something. I started to put my hand to do something on the blackboard. I started to do things on the blackboard. I started to put my hand and go up in front of the blackboard. They started to get fed up on me. So here it is going on. The youth and them, I study about the generations and them down the road. I study because I mean, my children, I have a daughter is 21 years. I have a daughter is 21 years. So you know what, man, I got grandchildren already. I got grandchildren. I started big people early. I like it. I started big people early. So here it is going on. Brothers. The peace start, right? The peace start. And Mr. Junior Minister, we have problems. We want a new detention center for Raymond Yard. If you say them Americans are conducting it, and you know what I mean, we're selling America 85% of natural gas to the country real rich. And no we can get in. And we want thing, all the leaders are wanting. Yes! Look at half it. No. We can feed half of the world right now. So you know what I mean? We want food. Peace and love. Peace and love, people.
The community leaders of Laventille in a peace treaty meeting at St. Bob's Court in Laventille. Many of you was not there. Some of you were still young. But the Gladiator was ascribed there. I was called to lead the peace treaty march from Independence Square. This final hour is touching a lot of people. That it caused Warrior Princess, who was there from the beginning of the peace treaty. She's here in the studio. But I come into Warrior Princess just now because the appeal in 2006, they appealed to Fitzgerald Hines and he failed the peace treaty. They appealed to the PNM party. Let's build Laventille. Time to take care of the African community. And the PNM spat in the face. Kicked the African people. What was more worse? recall when Selwyn Sandy invited Dr. Keith Rowley to be a part of the peace treaty because his mother, Rowley's mother, lived in Laventille, and Selwyn Sandy knew Rowley's mother because she used to sell down at the breakfast shed. And this man Rowley said over his dead body, he ain't going up Laventille. Let Laventille people kill out themselves. This man who wants to be prime minister tomorrow, you see plenty of you all don't know the man Rowley. I know Rowley. I know him good. He's an evil, wicked man. It hurted me to know that this man who refused to come and help transform Laventille is coming to people and telling people, oh, he loves African people and he wants to do this to African people. That man would remain a house slave because he never thought it fit to transform Laventille. He never thought it fit to make the Jamaat al-Muslimin get their land. The Muslim people get their land. But gang up against Patrick Manning with Valley, with that midget from St. Anne's East, Diego Martin, Carmen Boots, and they put pressure on Manning not to give the Jamaat al-Muslimin the land. But here this wicked evil man, this evil leader, want African people to vote and begging you to be the next prime minister. Let's hear what this man is saying about his mother growing up in Laventille. This same man who said that Laventille people wants nothing. In 2006, when he was invited to be a part of the peace treaty, this Rowley man, his response, Laventille people do not want anything good for themselves. Let them kill out themselves. Let me hear what this wicked man is saying here.
I'm curious about the Trinidad upbringing.
My mother lived in Laventille. I'll come here off and on for vacation, at August time. And since I was about 7 years old, I would come spend a few weeks until I was like about early teens. But my mother would come to Tobago every Easter and every Christmas. So we had that kind of relationship. And they were all vacations to look forward to, either my mother coming or my coming down here. And then eventually, when I moved to live in Trinidad in 1970, I lived with my mother for a little while. By that time, my mother had moved to Mova. So I lived in Mova with my mother, late 69 into 70.
The Gladiator is not lying on Rowley. You heard it for yourself. Rowley lived and grew up in Laventille. His mother lived in Laventille. And from Laventille moved to Mova. Rowley knows of the condition of Laventille. But when the time came and Patrick Manning put aside $400 million to develop Mova, Never Dirty, Caledonia, Laventille East Mova, Laventille West, Port of Spring South, Rowley, Imbut, Valley, Camille Robinson Regis, all of them went against the development of Laventille. They don't want to see an African millionaire at all. They don't want to see an African person move out of poverty, from the gutter, from the slums. They rather see lots remain. I mean, say, look at sea lots. Part of that $400 million was to develop sea lots, develop Beetham. I know because I was there. I was the leader of the peace treaty, and I dare any one of them to deny it. I have a witness here, living testimony. Warrior Princess here, Twiggy, living testimony. I am the one who who called on Roger Boynes to have all the peace treaty meeting at the Crown Plaza. Not Patrick Manning. Patrick Manning provided money. And Patrick Manning said, the time has come for African people to stop the war, to stop the killing among themselves, and to move on to a higher level. But the Syrians was vexed, and the Syrians used the call Rowley and Valley and all of them into a meeting. We can't make black people move out of poverty, of the slums. And when we bring them into Crown Plaza, and African leaders came from Diego Martin, from Laventille, from Maloney, from Silas, from Beetham, from La Okita, from all walks of life, and they assemble at Crown Plaza. PNM, Balize House, do everything in their powers to mash up the peace treaty. And all them brothers, all them African brothers who was prepared to put on the gun and to build Laventille, most of them are dead. Now they come back for your votes to keep you in the same slum and in the same condition. Let's hear Rowley, who knew about the struggle of African people. Rowley! You was in the Black Power movement. When I told people some years back that Dr. Keith Rowley was a member of NJAC, he was a supporter of NJAC, and he fought against William to seek the interests of African people. They doubted Gladiator. But let's hear it from the horse's mouth, because Faris Al-Rawi, he don't want to answer. Rowley don't want to answer because he know Gladiator speaking the truth. I'm here to expose you, blasted house slave. That's what you are. Let's hear him. He was a supporter and took part in the African struggle, but he sold out to the Syrians. He ain't care about black people anymore. No wonder why when we invite him to the peace treaty, he say Laventille people do not want anything good for themselves. Let them kill all themselves.
Political education began in 1970 when I was a teacher at Arima Government Secondary, and it was the era of the Black Power movement with what was then the university students led by Geddes Granger, and I got very involved in that, largely through a fellow Bishop's High School friend of mine called Anthony McFarlane, who was a student involved in the Sir George William University problem in Canada, where West Indian students were fighting racism. And they came back here educating us about the need to challenge the status quo, because there were certain remnants of the colonial era which had to be challenged. Not meaning to hurt or harm anyone, but meaning to complete the liberation that had come with independence. And I got myself involved in listening to the lectures of these people and actually participating in talking to people about it. And I first spoke to an audience at Jogi Road in Sawa on this issue as an NJAC person. And I never joined a party. NJAC wasn't a party. It was just people getting together. And you followed the leadership, whatever that was. And in the end, we found out that the leadership was very amorphous. But those of us who believe in the need for change and real meaningful change to open the door for real development and progress, we felt that we had to be on board. And I always felt that if I had a point of view to express in my country, I should be able to express it without fear. And I did that in 1970. We were out speaking on platforms, and we got news that Gordon Grant Highway was on fire. And we knew that was big trouble. We knew nothing about it, but NJAC could be blamed, and trouble was coming. So we had to stay up all night in a restaurant to make sure that we had a perfect alibi. And the next day, I was at my grandfather's house, and I got a long lecture from my grandfather as to where I was heading. And he virtually instructed me to go back to Trinidad, to my mother's place. They came looking for me. The police came looking for me, but I was in Trinidad, having left there the night before. And I think that scared me. And then a lot of people were picked up and put in or jailed for that period. And I had to reflect on what was happening. I didn't want to end my ambition of becoming more
activist?
Not so much an activist. I had an idea that what I wanted for my life. And had I been stymied at that stage, I would have been disappointed. I really wanted to go to university. So that was April, and by October, I was on the campus in Mona. And I never took part in any campus politics.
You were that scared?
I don't think I was scared. I would say I was focused. I was focused on getting my degree. I wanted to get a degree and to get a good degree. I had a yearning to go as far as I could being educated. I wanted to be, not just get certified, I wanted to be educated.
But this was also a period of ascendancy in terms of Dr. Eric Williams. His writings, his politics, his policies in terms of government, etc. What impact did that have on you? Did it create at that stage a PNM person?
Looking for this education, I could not help but focus on what Dr. Williams himself had done here in Trinidad and Tobago. And while in 1970 I might have been a young hot-headed person, I was able at university to read what Dr. Williams wrote and realize that right here in Trinidad and Tobago we had somebody who understood what I was striving for, which is an understanding of this whole thing.
A man who took part in the Black Power movement, Rowley, who knew the suffering of African people and the level of racism at workplaces back in the 60s and in the 70s. Can't fight Williams, can't fight the PNM, join the PNM. That's what he did. But he didn't join the PNM to uplift African people. He joined the PNM to seek his own personal interests. Williams is a doctor. I could be a doctor too. You all don't know the man, you know. Eric Williams is a doctor. He become prime minister. Oh, that's how it is. Well, I could be a doctor too. I will get a doctorate. Use the vehicle of the PNM to seek my ambition to become prime minister, but not to help your fellow African people. So, hear this conspiracy. Balize House, they send up people in constituencies who will not perform, who they know will not do anything to develop the constituency. Camille Robinson Regis have failed the constituents of Aruka Maloney, but it's all part of a conspiracy. All they want is their votes. Fitzgerald Hines, a failure, but send him up. Put a Balize tie on a crapo, and the African people will vote for them every 5 years. And all we have to do is repeat it and repeat it and repeat it every 5 years. Give them a red jersey, use Calypsonians, and then dump them after. Coco! A Calypsonian who have been used by the PNM. Every 5 years, they use Coco. When Coco tent. Balizé House refused to assist him. The Syrians never give him a cent to pay Calypsonians at the Ambassador Hotel. Coco still owing money to plenty Calypsonians. But then again, he's an African man. Use African people conveniently just for election. Let's go again. Let the people speak. Let's hear Abubakar.
Lavantil area where the percentage of Muslims in the Mova Lavantil area where supposedly this crime is happening, right? And the percentage cannot be more than 1% or 2%, right? So the rest obviously are from the Catholic faiths because it's not a Hindu-based area, right? Where is the Archbishop in all of this? That is one question. These areas are controlled by Fitzgerald Hines, by Eulalie James, and by Eric Williams. Where are these people in all of this? These are the representatives. They represent the people. The people gave them a mandate to look after their affairs. And their affairs is not limited to a political Their affairs is social, political, economic, and otherwise. Health and otherwise.
Today, you're hearing about Rasta City and Muslims. Do you think that happened just overnight? It's all part of the conspiracy. It's all part of a PLM conspiracy. Don't make you be focused on the real issue. Don't make you be focused on the real issue. Don't make you be focused on becoming business people, businessmen and businesswomen. All what they see you as pawns, all for your votes. That's all what they want from you. Let's hear Sean Francis dead. Anybody? It happened to them years gone by. It will happen today to you. Any one of you who have come to see the light that the PNM is a machinery to use African people and exploit African people to enrich the Syrian community. Any one of you start to see the light, they mark you down and put you down in a book for death. They use the police to divide and continue to divide African people. Set up Muslims against Christians and Rastas and what have you. And they use the members of parliament to keep you subdued and have you fighting and arguing among yourself, but not to see the real issue. It will have people coming after Gladiator to try to show you that the PNM is the way forward. But $60 billion to build a rapid rail. How many African contractors will become millionaires in that $60 billion rapid rail? Let's hear more. Let the dead people speak and expose the conspiracy of the PNM and the Syrians.
One of the most crucial parts of this whole segment will be at this time now. We the elders, ourselves, and we had spoken far and wide. But what we would like to hear now is the young men and what they have to say. We ain't bluff with this thing today. We say we're bringing out the youths in the community. To
program continues here at St. Bob's, Laventille Hill at the Peace March, and scheduled up next there are a number of young men who are young men in street organizations, or some would say gangs, who have been signing a peace treaty among themselves. And many of the different leaders within the community have gotten many young men under their influence to come out to participate in this peace treaty, and many of them are scheduled to come on and express their desire for peace within their communities. Of course, you're listening to a live broadcast on Power 102 FM from the basketball court up at St. Bob's in Laventille, and this is being brought to you by the courtesy of the Ministry of Community Development, and you're currently hearing the platform here up at the basketball court. So let's go back to the stage.
I want to bring on Mr. Sean Francis. And when I bring on Mr. Sean Francis here today, my part of this segment all over. So I want to thank you for listening, as I hope to see you again. Brothers and sisters, thank you for your listening here. I gone because I come and now I gone.
Thank you, Mr. Selwyn Sandy. First, I'd like to say to God be the glory. Because without God, nothing is possible. Nobody would not be here today if they didn't have that confidence in God and know that God lives and God is alive and well. Right? So after acknowledging God, I'd like to acknowledge the community of Laventille and all the residents, all my brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers, and the ministers, Ms. Yolili James, Mr. Roger Boynes, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, Mr. Jack Warner, Mr. Trevor Sayers, the Gladiator himself, and all the elders, Mr. Sandy Jaja, all the young ones. And Mr. DeForsto, just take down the music a little bit, please. And Minister David Mohammed, Mr. Baka, and all the elders. There are so many names to call. But the most important thing is that we want to represent unity at this junction. So all the people up there in the houses, I want to let us touch one another. And everybody here, I want everybody to grow off and touch one another. Let true unity reflect. Let true unity reflect. Touch your neighbor. Over there in the pavilion, touch somebody. Everybody touch somebody. Let me represent unity. Touch somebody, man. Touch somebody. Yeah, man. Reflection of unity. Well, indeed, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here as a Laventillian to fight this struggle. I came with something prepared, but as a man, love to speak from my heart, because I know to bring about change, you must deal with the condition of the heart. And if a man really wants to change, the change is within every man. So we have good brothers here today too, my brethren and them. Irregardless of what people may say or what they may feel, we are all one people. One people. When you look on the newspaper and you look on the television, you see what's going on in the society. And when I say I just talk from my heart, I just talk without fear and without favor. So that's why I would say here today, we are responsible. We play a responsible part for the situation that exists. And we ought to play an even more greater responsible part to correct this wrong. So we have brothers like Chris Bulls. We have brothers like Sean Sandy. We have brothers like Kojo here. We have the brothers in from the Beatam. And all the different brothers from the different areas. I know if anybody here from Berlin. If both from down by Berlin and them side of Berlin here, or somebody here for Berlin. Somebody for Paranoid. Screw up. All the different community leaders. This little bit of rain can't spoil all the expensive clothes. And we ought to face it and deal with it. Deal with it as true leaders. Right? A lot of people they say, but there's categories. There are some who's community activists. There are some who's politicians. There are some who do natural work for people without studying a profit. Right? Social workers. Right? But at the end of the day, the reality is that we are dying in Laventille. We.
Sean Francis, was he lying? He said, we are dying in Laventille, and the PNM have been in existence since 1956. What have they done for the African community? Sean Francis was gunned down by one of his own. That's what this whole conspiracy is all about. Let African people kill themselves, live a life of crime, and the PNM Balize House sits there and do nothing. Now they're coming back with a house slave to keep you in bondage for another 5 years. And all they give you is pittance. And you still have to use outhouse. You still have to be living a life of poverty, begging a neighbor for a spoon of golden ray, a spoon of salt, a tablespoon of sugar to make sugar water. And every 5 years, you go and ask them, who you voting for? I voted PNM. I was born PNM and I go dead PNM. And they see you and say, we still have them. We still have them. We still have them. But let's hear what Abu Bakr. There's the final clip of playing with Abu Bakr.
On the powers that be in this country, listen to the call of the poor and the oppressed. I beg you, listen to the call of the power and the oppressed, because the poor and the oppressed, because they are not helpless, you know. One more time, listen and respond to the call of these hungry people, or else it will turn on you and you will see something in this country that you could never imagine. Every day one die and the next day the next one coming. They're not afraid to kill anymore, and they will not always kill themselves. One day they're going to come out. And if you do not listen to the call, if you do not respond, God help you and God help this station. Thank you very much, listener.
Back, are you crying?
Yes, I'm crying. I know what I feel and I know what I know. I know what it is to be hungry. I fasted now for 40 days. I know what it is to be hungry. And I know what a hungry man will do when he can find no food. These people are in desperate need of help. Please respond. Thank you. God bless everybody.
Princess Barry Garcia. It was a marathon. Warrior Princess. I know it's touching you, Warrior Princess. At the end of the day, Warrior Princess, you was there. Twiggy was there. Back in 2006, when the African people came together and they spoke to Patrick Manning, and Manning said, time has come to transform and develop Laventille. Warrior Princess, am I lying? Is Gladiator lying, Warrior Princess?
Gladdy. No, Gladdy. First I must say good evening, Gladdy. Thank you for having me, but you wasn't lying. Everything is the truth, Gladiator. Everything is saying there, everything we heard was the truth, Gladiator, is the truth.
I see when you heard Fresh, you heard Sean Francis, you heard all these people, because you was there, you was the secretary.
I was the PRO.
Yeah, the PRO.
Yes.
You was there at the forefront. You march from, we march from Express House.
Yes, Gladiator.
And we walk all around the promenade.
Yes.
And what was so thing, Archbishop Randu was there.
Yes, Mother Randu was there.
Puna Gladiator was there.
Yes.
A lot of people came out.
Yes.
And everywhere it had a death. The community leaders knelt.
Yes.
They prayed.
Yes.
And the people who disappointed them was the PNM.
Yes.
Rowley refused to come and march among African people who wanted to stop the killing, who wanted to build themselves Barry Garcia.
Gladdy, the last tape you played there with Abu Bakr, that just sent chills in my body.
Imam Abu Bakr naturally was crying, Gladiator. Tears running out his eyes. As a man, not as as a man to be that emotional, you should know it was something touching, Gladiator.
And the thing about it is that this man trying to help out in the situation, and Rowley, Valley, Imbut, Rahal, all of them
prevent this man from getting
the land.
But not only that,
he's African.
But not only
he's
that,
African.
Yes, Gladdy.
Lines and all of them.
Gladdy, but
PNM.
You know what even
my party.
You know what even
Gladiator not cutting
just you know what even was? When that mall burned down.
Yes.
Which I gravely continue to suspect that it was deliberately burned down to get the people out of there. And they went to Patrick Manning and say they want the government to assist them to build a 3-story building. Mr. Manning told them, why 3? Why all don't go for 8? I will rent 5 from you, or I will put government offices in the other 5, so that could help all you pay for the building.
To build the African people.
And there was a senior cabinet minister that said over a dead body that mall must build back.
Not just that alone, Barry.
We have one more minute.
Gladdy, you remember you said the people have to build back that for themselves, and we live to see that the people build it back for themselves, Gladiator. You said that.
And the thing is that they're putting up the little booths, what have you. But what was happening?
Not cutting,
what was happening was a mall with a car park at the bottom.
Story. Gladiator, you still
Camille Robinson, she made a promise. But that's what the PNM must do.
Promise never met.
They promise you and they promise you.
PNM promises never met. But Gladiator, let us say, you feel if it was Madam Camilla, you feel it would have been a different result, Gladiator, with the Executive Council of Laventy and the initiative we took and the decision we made to bring peace among the community. You feel, I tell myself, being a mother and a woman, she might have done more and dealt with us, and it would not have failed, and these brothers end up dying.
She have a heart just like Patrick Manning. Because when Patrick Manning put aside that $400 million,
yes,
he wanted to see something transform, because in 86, 87, when Manning saw it was 33-3, he said Laventil people saved the day.
Of course.
Because the PNM party could have been finished with.
And he said, Laventil, I am ever grateful to you.
I remember when Dr. Lenny Sate, as chairman of the PNM party, and Patrick Manning and him held a meeting. Maurice Marshall was there at the Zimbabwe court. Manning said, when we get back into office, we have to rebuild Laventil. We have to rebuild Sealots, Beetham, Maloney. But he was fought down
by not just his own members, but he also told me the Chamber of Commerce, because when he raised the minimum wage by $1, I said, Mr. Manning, you setting up black people to get disrespect from the workmaster, because how you could watch him and get him $1 on the minimum wage. He said if it go any further, the Chamber of Commerce will come down on him.
Well, we have to go. We could have gone to the 8 of next hour. We can go on and on till tomorrow morning, but we gotta go. Okay, so people, sorry I couldn't take any calls, but this was very serious. It was a special edition program. I'm out of here. We are out of here.
sure to keep you strong. TNT, I know that we got a long way to go. Just trust and count the